Welcome to Zoom. Please press pound, then enter your meeting ID, followed by the pound sign again. You are in the meeting now.
Test 1, 2. Okay, cool. Test 1, 2, test 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The webcast will begin at 9:30. The webcast will begin at 9:30.
Podium, mic check, test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The meeting will begin at 9:30 a.m. The meeting will begin at 9:30 a.m.
Good morning, everyone. I'll let you know what it's like on this side of the screen.
Good morning, Joaquin. And we are webcasting, but how are travels out to New York?
Travels have gone well. Got here safely, and looking forward to these next couple of days. It'll be pretty great. I'll be off camera at this point till we start. See you guys in a bit.
Good morning. I am Sean McGuire, member of the State Water Board. Today is Tuesday, March 21st, 2023 at 9:30 a.m., and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing our board members and staff. With me today are my fellow colleagues, Board Member Laurel Firestone and Board Member Nicole Morgan, as well as Chair Joaquin Esquivel, that you can see on Zoom here. Vice Chair Doreen Diadama will be joining us virtually later today. And I would like to add that Chair Esquivel and Anna Neymark, our Cal EPA Deputy Secretary and Special Counsel for Water, are delegates at the 2023 United Nations Water Conference being held at the UN headquarters in New York this week. So I know, Chair Esquivel, you may be in and out today, and we certainly understand that and glad to have you here. The conference co-hosted by the governments of Tajikistan and the Netherlands will feature a number of high-level special events and side events organized by member states, the UN system, and other stakeholders. So that's a very exciting event, and look forward to hearing a report back from that later.
Good to join you virtually.
Yep, great. Also, I'd like to introduce our board executive staff, Executive Director Eileen Sobek, Assistant Chief Counsel Michael Laffer, Chief Deputy Director Jonathan Bishop, Chief Deputy Director Eric Oppenheimer, and our new clerk to the board, Courtney Tyler. And I'd like to say congratulations to Courtney, and we're so happy to have you in this position now. Really looking forward to working with you. And assisting her today are Margie Argel and Meredith Thompson. Now I'll go through our emergency evacuation procedure. Please look around and identify the two exits closest to you. In the event of a fire alarm, we are required to gather up our valuables and evacuate this room immediately. We are to evacuate to Cesar Chavez Park, which is right across the street from us. Please obey all traffic signals, of course, and be careful when crossing the street. I also want to let you know that this meeting is being webcast and recorded. I'm sure we all are well aware of that by now. And when it is your turn to speak, please say your name clearly into the microphone or on your computer if you are participating remotely, or on the microphone here in the podium for those of you in the room today. We will be conducting today's board meeting, obviously with the streaming both remotely and in person. For those of you who would like to just listen or watch the meeting online, the board's customary webcast is available on the Cal EPA website. We are receiving presentations and public comment through the Zoom meeting platform. If you intend to present or comment or think you might be interested in commenting today, you should already be in the Zoom meeting room using the meeting ID provided on the board's website and the password you received from the clerk. Also, somewhere in the room, at the back of the room there is a QR code that you can use to sign in to add yourself to the list for public comment in person. If you're online and you have not received a password, you can email the clerk of the board right now at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she will email you a link to sign up on the speaker card list. For those of you in the Zoom platform, you will be on mute and your camera turned off until it is your turn to speak. The clerk will then unmute you and ask you to turn on your camera if you have one. When you are done speaking and the board members have completed asking questions, you will be placed on mute and your camera turned back off again. And of course, I shouldn't need to say this by now, but if you have cell phones and they're not on silent, please make them silent for the rest of the meeting. Thank you. And with that done, we can move on to public forum, and the board will hear from any person wishing to speak about any matter that is not pending before the board. And so we will look, bear with me for a moment. We have
Our first public forum speaker was listed as if necessary,
Yes.
and it is Anthony Entravaya. And at this point, Mr. Entravaya will give you an opportunity to unmute if you'd like to address the board.
So let me get started. Zoom is considering so we should have me, I guess. Can you hear me?
Yes, but I apologize. It's a little bit difficult to make out what you're saying. I'm not sure how to address that. Maybe you can try again.
I'll turn the microphone on. If you can't hear me, I'll try to do it later. Maybe it's a Zoom issue.
So one possibility, sir, is if you'd like, you can, the same invitation that you received for the Zoom link should include a phone number, and sometimes the microphones on a phone may be a little bit better if you'd like to try to call in.
Okay, I'll try to route it on call.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will, I think we'll go to our next speaker and try and come back to you once you're able to call in. Sorry about that. So our next speaker, who I do have here, is Mr. David Allen Hughes.
Hi, thank you very much, Water Board of Directors, for allowing me a moment to speak. I have some written statement that I would like to read. I run a small 501c3 preschool or childcare center in Marin County. Our nonprofit is committed to providing high quality, affordable childcare for all children. As you may know, California is in the midst of a childcare crisis. As Governor Newsom said in his State of the State address, we have a childcare crisis in California. Parents are struggling to find affordable, high quality care for their children, and it's holding back our economy. I'm a parent with 2 young children. I live in the town of San Anselmo, a town that is firmly in the midst of this childcare crisis. Unfortunately, our town has been hit even harder these past couple of years as we lost 4 of 8, literally 50% of our existing childcare centers were shut down. Most of them had leases terminated at the height of the real estate market, and the buildings were turned into single-family homes and sold, meaning these sites will never be available again as a preschool. And for the last decade, the nonprofit and I have been trying to locate a site to open a childcare location to serve the needs of our community. During this time, we've only located 2 potential sites, and currently we have a building now on the border of San Anselmo and San Rafael. A couple of years ago, the building received a use permit to be a childcare center, but the buyer dropped out of contract due to some low levels of soil vapor contamination due to its use as a former dry cleaner and brake repair shop. We've had numerous conversations with water board staff about this site, and the general consensus is that the site would be relatively quick to get cleaned up due to low levels of contamination. And actually, I'd like to take a moment to share one person's experience interacting with your staff. I found every single staff member to be kind, to be helpful, to be professional. And that's pretty unheard of in any business or industry, especially sort of a state one, if you will. And so much appreciation to your leadership for setting that tone, and to everyone for picking it up. Each phone call I've had has been a positive one, and I'm grateful to your team for that. The issue we're facing at San Anselmo is located in Marin County, and thus our CalGeo ratings are quite low. And my understanding from speaking to your staff at the SCAP program, the OSCF, the USD Cleanup Fund, et cetera, is that funding has been prioritized for other communities. If we could get this site cleaned up, we would be able to open a new childcare program that could make whole all of the losses. Literally every single lost spot in these past few years of the 50% of childcares could be made whole by the opening of this building in San Anselmo. So I come to you today to make the argument that the 0 to 4-year-old children we serve are a vulnerable population. Very young children are dependent on caregivers for basic needs, such as food, shelter, safety. They rely on adults for physical, emotional, and cognitive development. And if caregivers are not able to provide for these needs adequately, the children may experience adverse outcomes that can have long-lasting effects on their health and well-being. They are often at risk for poor health outcomes, developmental delays, and other challenges that can impact them. By providing resources and services to support their needs, we can help to mitigate these risks and promote better outcomes for these children. Therefore, it is important to consider very young children potentially as disadvantaged population in need of support, and to provide them with the resources and services they need to thrive. In July of 2021, Governor Newsom said we need to invest in childcare so that families can have peace of mind knowing their children are in a safe and nurturing environment, and so that our economy can continue to grow and thrive. With Governor Newsom's statements in mind, I would like to respectfully ask the Water Board consider whether or not you might be able to ask your staff to look into the possibility of creating an exception for funding guidelines that might possibly allow a 501c3 nonprofit serving a vulnerable population to be considered. Perhaps it could be a beta site. I understand that next month you were revisiting some of the SCAP guidelines. Yeah, so that's it. I thank you for your time, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you very much for your input. I share your concern about the child care challenges in the state, certainly, and that's an issue, I think we can all find common ground on and want to look for solutions. You're doing the right thing. Today is public forum, not a place to make any decision about funding, but certainly I think you're taking the right steps in working with our staff and Division of Financial Assistance to try and identify the right funding program for your project. So thank you for your comments today.
Thank you very much.
All right. And with that, we will go back to Mr. Intravaya. I don't know if you've been able to call in or you'd like to try your microphone again. Okay.
So, Mr. Intravaya, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your last name, on your phone, you should be receiving, there you go, you're unmuted, and so we should be able to hear you now on your phone.
Okay, I sent a file over to the clerk, so you should have it. And my interest today is I've reviewed the report, and I'd like to get it to include everybody. I know you included like 6 regions, but there are other companies or water services that may not be included. I've identified one in the paper that I sent you. My motivation is so we can get the grant process out to everybody. If they're included in the report, this makes them feel included in the process. It may motivate them to apply for grants. So it's Metropolitan Water Service in, Southern California. It's the Colorado River Aqueduct built in the 30s. And the other activity that I'm interested in is LAFCO's Sphere of Influence questions for water districts, and this is a AB 218 activity that I'm looking at to try to get, how should I say, the water services more leveled between agencies for costing services. So some are making large amounts of profits off of water sales, some are not. And the general fund of the people that are making large amounts of profit are done in the water tier systems, which may or may not be legal. And this is a discussion I want to take up in the administration portion before I have to go to the courts. If this is necessary, I'm not sure it is. So those are the 2 things that I addressed in the paper. You should have. It was a PDF file, maybe 15 pages. It included the San Francisco Bay activity where I am and the Southern California Water District associated with the Colorado River and its aqueduct into, I believe they said 17 cities and 3 counties in Southern California. So that organization should be included. You may wish to associate them with some other group that you already have defined in the report, but I would think it would be good to include them. So those are my comments, and if you have any questions on the paper, I'd be happy to respond.
Great. I appreciate your comments and sharing your concerns, and certainly when the paper that you sent comes to the board clerk, I'm sure she'll be sure to distribute it to the board members. But thank you for your input today.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Okay, and I believe that is all we have for public forum this morning. Great. So with that, next we'll move on to our board business. And our first item on the agenda today, the board will consider the minutes from the March 7th and 8th, 2023 board meeting. And I will entertain a motion. If any board member would like to.
Move to adopt the minutes.
I'll second.
Ms. Tyler, will you call the roll, please?
Chair Esquivel,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone. Aye. Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great. Item carries. Thank you. Next up, we have an informational item. Item 2 is information item on the preliminary findings of ocean acidification modeling of Southern California's coastal ocean.
Good morning, board members.
Morning.
I am Karen Mogus, Deputy Director, Division of Water Quality here at the State Water Board, and I'm joined by Jen Eckerly, Deputy Secretary for Oceans and Coastal Policy and Executive Director of the Ocean Protection Council, Steve Weisberg, Executive Director of the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project, also known as SWRCB, and Martha Satula, SWRCB's head scientist in charge of the Biogeochemistry Department. I'll tee up today's presentation with a brief background, and then I'll hand it to Jen to provide the Ocean Protection Council's perspective. And finally, Martha will present an overview of SWRCB's ocean acidification modeling work and the preliminary findings. So by way of background, in 2013, the Ocean Protection Council asked the Ocean Science Trust to convene a scientific advisory panel in collaboration with our colleagues in Oregon, Washington, and British Columbia. A technical report outlining major findings and recommendations was published in 2016. Among the major findings was that global carbon emissions are the dominant cause of ocean acidification. But that said, another major finding was that while local actions cannot reverse global impacts of ocean acidification, West Coast resource managers can take action to improve local conditions by managing factors that contribute to declining water quality, including reducing inputs of human sources of nutrients, where such action would be most effective. To inform where these opportunities exist, the panel also recommended development of robust predictive models of ocean acidification and hypoxia. So today's presentation summarizes the efforts to develop and utilize such a model to date. Before getting into the details of the model development and preliminary findings from it, I'll turn the presentation over to the Ocean Protection Council, who has funded much of this work. Jen.
Thank you so much, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Jen Eckerly. I'm the Deputy Secretary for Oceans and Coastal Policy for the Natural Resources Agency and the Executive Director of the Ocean Protection Council. And excuse me, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you all today. Next slide, please. Really quickly, for those of you who aren't aware of the Ocean Protection Council, we are a cabinet-level state policy body nested within the Natural Resources Agency, and we work to protect California's coast and ocean by advancing innovative science-based policy and management, making strategic investments, and catalyzing action through partnerships and collaboration. We serve as the governor's advisor on coastal and ocean policy, and our work is driven by 4 goals in our strategic plan: climate change, equity, biodiversity, and the sustainable blue economy. Next slide, please. Our goal on climate change includes an objective to minimize causes and impacts of ocean acidification and hypoxia, and targets that to achieve that objective, including establishing water quality objectives for ocean acidification and hypoxia, or OAH, based on the latest scientific research. Next slide, please. So I want to provide a brief overview on ocean acidification and hypoxia, and forgive me if I'm telling you things you already know, but I wanted to frame up the context and why this issue is a key priority for OPC. Ocean acidification is the decrease in ocean pH, and hypoxia is the decrease of ocean oxygen. Both are affected by natural processes and anthropogenic impacts. The figure on the top right shows the direct relationship between increasing carbon dioxide concentrations due to fossil fuel emissions and the decrease in pH, or the increase in acidity. The California coast is particularly vulnerable to OAH due to natural processes such as upwelling, where we have cold water, nutrient-rich, low pH water, seen here in the darker colors on the graph on the left. Those deeper nutrient-rich waters come up from the deep towards the surface. The impacts of these natural processes on OAH are exacerbated by those driven by increased carbon emissions and global climate change. And OAH is a problem for ocean ecosystems because it prevents marine life, including oysters, Dungeness crabs, and pteropods, pictured here on the bottom right, from properly developing exterior shells, and can also cause existing shells to dissolve, both resulting in impacts to individual organisms that can also cascade up and through the food chain. Shell dissolution, and juvenile Dungeness crabs in the Pacific Northwest have been observed by scientists and far sooner than original projections. Additionally, evidence suggests that ocean acidification impairs the sense of smell in salmon, impedes growth in herring and other critical prey species, and can affect plankton populations. These impacts present serious threats to California's coastal and marine ecosystems and the coastal communities and livelihoods and economies that rely on them. Next slide, please. So given the consequences of these impacts on livelihoods and ocean health, OPC has been prioritizing efforts to understand and address the impacts of OAH in California. So this is a very busy slide, but we'll walk you through the timeline quickly. Sparked by the devastating failure of oyster hatcheries in the Pacific Northwest beginning in 2006 and 2009, OPC has taken meaningful action to invest in critical research and monitoring to better understand the causes and impacts of OAH and strategies for adaptation. As Karen mentioned, the West Coast Ocean Acidification Science Panel, convened from 2013 to 2016 by the Ocean Science Trust, established an important foundation of scientific recommendations to understand and address OAH in California and along the West Coast. In 2016, California was also one of the founding members of the International Alliance to Combat Ocean Acidification, which is bringing together governments and organizations across the globe dedicated to taking urgent action to protect coastal communities and livelihoods from the threat of ocean acidification. Following the passage of two key pieces of legislation, Senate Bill 1363 and Assembly Bill 2139, we increased strategic investment and policy action to address this issue, leading to the establishment of California's OAH Science Task Force in partnership with Ocean Science Trust to guide OPC decision-making and ensure further action on OAH is supported by the best available science, and adoption of the state's OA Action Plan in October 2018, which includes recommendations that are directing our strategic plan actions and recent investments. Next slide, please. The project being discussed today is OPC's longest and biggest single OAH investment. Starting in 2013, following the recommendations of the West Coast OAH Science Panel, OPC provided funding to support the development of a coupled physical biogeochemical OAH model for the entire West Coast to help managers better understand the implications of OAH for marine resource management and to determine to what extent local nutrient inputs exacerbate acidified and hypoxic ocean conditions. The project has been co-funded by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration and represents a scientific collaboration with UCLA, SWRCB, and Princeton University among multiple research institutions and with over 20 scientists. The model is now considered state-of-the-art global example and has resulted in numerous peer-reviewed scientific publications. In the Southern California Bight, this effort demonstrated that coastal anthropogenic nutrients, mainly from wastewater treatment plant effluent, are having a significant impact on OAH in this region. Next slide, please. To that end, OPC has continued to invest in this model and OAH monitoring and research priorities, consistent with the recommendations of the California OAH Task Force, including additional work to better understand impacts to biological species, the impact of nutrient management and recycling, and the relative roles of climate change and natural variability. In particular, recent funding is supporting coordinated and standardized collection of chemical and biological ocean acidification data across key California and West Coast monitoring programs, and that's what you see here in this figure, as well as an OAH portal for hosting and serving data and information. The goal is to have a coordinated network of monitoring efforts, providing OAH information on status and trends, for use in decision-making and adaptation and mitigation efforts. Next slide, please. And with that, thank you so much for your time, and I will turn it now to Martha Satula, head of SWRCB's Biogeochemistry Department, to share further detail regarding the model, its preliminary findings, and ongoing work.
Thank you very much, Jen. Chairman Escobar and members of the board, my name is Martha Satula. I'm the head of the Biogeochemistry Department at the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project, and I'm also a co-PI on the modeling project that Ms. Eckerly described. And so it's my pleasure to make this presentation on behalf of all of the scientists that have invested years in this work, in particular those from UCLA and Princeton who were instrumental in bringing this model forward. Next slide, please. So why are we talking about ocean modeling today? And I know that managers are really used to investing in a lot of monitoring. You've heard about the monitoring that the OPC is invested in. And what we love about it is that it's essentially a way to describe the conditions that are existing and even how effective your management actions have been. But ultimately, the reason why we're talking about ocean modeling is that it brings in a key capacity to not only understand the historic conditions, but also to predict the future and also to be able to predict without spending any money about the potential efficacy of management actions that you're considering. And for that reason, it has a unique role. Next slide, please. And we're already used to using models of various sorts in our daily lives to support decision-making. A really great example are weather predictions that when the weatherman says a hurricane's coming, you can essentially see the mobilization of thousands of people away from that area. We're already used to being inundated on a regular basis but with information about how climate change based on model predictions is essentially changing our atmosphere, changing our ocean waters, and changing even our water resources on land. And we're utilizing that to plan and think ahead. And then ultimately, and with respect to ocean models, we're already using forecasts for navigation, for safety advisories, even to figure out whether or not to go and surf next week. So what we're talking about today is a different type of model, a different type of ocean model. Next slide, please. And what we're essentially trying to use this model for is to understand what is the influence of land-based inputs of nutrients on acidification and hypoxia. And Ms. Eckerly's presentation pointed out that the reason why we're concerned is that climate change is driving pH and oxygen lower in our ocean waters, already at a point in which we're seeing biological effects. And so the key question is whether or not land-based sources of nutrients, particularly from human sources, which we understand can fuel algal blooms, and as that algae dies and sinks in the water column, consumes oxygen and lowers pH. So the key question is the amount of nutrients from land sufficient enough to be producing enough oxygen and pH loss to such a degree that it's really exacerbating in an important way to marine life? And then to answer that question, what we can't forget is that upwelling, which is sort of a natural process in the ocean, brings in not only nutrients, which can fuel algal blooms too, but also is naturally low in oxygen and pH. And so the only way that we have to disentangle these three factors is to use a model. And so this is why this is the tool of choice to get to the bottom of this question. Next slide. So let me take a moment and explain how this model works. So it's essentially two pieces put together. The first piece is a physical circulation model that's called the Regional Ocean Modeling System, or ROMS. And that physical model essentially shows or demonstrates how atmospheric conditions, as well as circulation going out in the outer ocean, is affecting coastal currents and upwelling, and essentially capturing the movement of water masses along our coastline. The second piece, the second model, is something called the Biogeochemical Elemental Cycling Model, or BEC, which is essentially a complicated term for a water quality model. And what it does is essentially pull in nutrients either from the ocean or from land, and simulates how that forms algae, how that is eaten by other forms of plankton called zooplankton, that upon their death, essentially consume oxygen and lower pH. So both of these models are not new. They have the ROMS model has been globally adopted as the premier ocean model, and in the Southern California current along the California coast. Jim McWilliams, who is a co-PI on this project, has essentially spent his entire career using our coastline as his test bed for this research. So 3 decades of research. The BEC model is essentially 2 decades, has been focused globally on climate models, but Curtis Deutsch from Princeton brought the model into the coastline and tuned it up for the processes that we were interested in studying. And so these are 2 component parts that have been thoroughly road tested, not only along our coastline, but in the world. Next slide, please. So how do the pieces fit together to predict chemistry? And so what I'm showing you now is just a movie of the model output showing pH, where the red is low pH and blue is high. And first of all, what I want to point out is that it's a 3-dimensional model, high resolution for how we're bringing it into the coastline. And so it has 60 depth levels, which, if you multiply it across the expanse of the ocean that we're simulating, equates to roughly about 60 million grid cells. And then within each grid cell, the model's calculating the sources, sinks, and transformations of nutrients, of carbon, of oxygen, and all of these essentially can output the things that we're interested in tracking. And then the physical currents will take what's being computed in within each cell and then transport it along the coastline or out into the ocean. So this model has a key piece of technology then that we're able to use it to look at place-based influences of land versus ocean and how that varies over space and time. Next slide. And so as we completed the development of this model, the first place that we tested out the question of the effect of land-based inputs was in the Southern California Bight. And the reason to choose this region is because the Bight has one of the most dense coastal populations in California. It receives both point sources, non-point sources, and natural sources from 23 million people, including riverine inputs, as well as ocean outfalls, atmospheric deposition, and we also need to include the influence of atmospheric CO2 and how it's exchanged with surface waters. So we compiled data on these different inputs and then put them into the model in order to be able to test the relative effect of these land-based inputs versus the effect of the ocean by itself. Next slide. And in doing so, we specifically sought to answer 3 management questions. And so as I go through the findings of our project team, this slide represents essentially a roadmap for those questions and those findings. So the questions are, what are the effect of human nutrient loads on algal bloom, oxygen, and pH in the Southern California Bight? So if those things are producing a change in seawater chemistry, then what are the biological effects of those changes? And then finally, if we're thinking about potential management actions such as nitrogen reduction, what's the potential efficacy of those actions, either alone or combined with scenarios of potable water cycling, since potable water recycling is essentially in the conversation that could be included or essentially considered for wastewater upgrades. Next slide. Okay, so with respect to this first question, this is the question that our team has been working on for the longest. And what we found is that the addition of land-based nutrient discharges is altering ocean chemistry, specifically algal blooms, pH, and oxygen, in an important way within the Southern California Bight. We've done this assessment on simulations from 20 years ago, and then we've also just completed it more recently. But what we're finding is essentially a consistent signal in which those land-based inputs are causing an increase in algal production, a doubling of that algal production at the coast, and that when that algae sinks and essentially declines in the water column, it affects subsurface oxygen and pH for a period of 4 to 6 months of the year, typically starting in the summertime, although it does not affect those pH and oxygen levels for other parts of the year. Next slide. So how do we get there? It's worthwhile unpackaging this a little bit so you understand how the model is being used in this way. And so when we do this analysis, we're doing a change assessment. And the change assessment is done by having one simulation which only has the ocean inputs, nothing from the land. And then in that analysis, we're using global CO2. We're including things like global CO2 and the natural variability, such as upwelling from the ocean. And then in a separate scenario, it's that same ocean scenario, but now we're including land-based inputs. And so when you subtract the two and the outputs from the two, you essentially can isolate the effect of land only. And you've essentially corrected for any effect of upwelling and other things. So what I'm showing you here is two simulations, just as an example for the algal biomass, where higher concentrations are shown in green, that essentially show you visually then as we subtract those two. Then next slide. So go ahead and click through this next animation. Thank you. So then what we've done in this assessment is this change between those two scenarios, now showing you on the left-hand side, the 5-year mean change in algal biomass over the period of 2013 through 2017. And we can see the net change in algal production over that period, where the increasing red color signifies a gain and blue shows a loss. So overall, you can see nearer towards land, the deepening intensity of that algal production, or the biomass rather. And then that corresponds to, on the right-hand side, areas within the Southern California Bight where we're seeing a loss in oxygen in the subsurface, shown in areas, again, of increasing red, where that occurs with the greatest intensity in the profile of the water column. Next slide. Okay, so we have an answer, and that answer's been published for the first question. As I move to the next set of questions now, what I'm showing you today are essentially, it's still a work in progress. Findings have been submitted for peer review, but it's still going through that process. So I think it's fair to say that those findings are preliminary and that there's still quite a bit more work to be done. And I'll make those remarks as I go. So next slide. So in this second question of translating those seawater chemistry changes to biological effects, understanding that our model is predicting pH and chemistry, so we have to figure out how that's going to be impacting biology. So we need to identify thresholds of pH and oxygen that are biologically relevant, that have effects on marine life. Next slide. So there's been work ongoing over the past several years, a parallel effort to the modeling in which we are working with a community of scientists to get consensus on those biologically relevant thresholds for pH and oxygen. As an example of this, we've conducted an extensive study of 3 major taxa. Ms. Eckerly pointed to pteropods. Those are calcifying zooplankton, but other ecologically and economically important critters such as sea urchins, echinoderms, as well as other things like the crabs and lobster. And so what we did was essentially start with a literature review of all the published studies that we could find that looked at these effects, pulled together in a group of internationally renowned experts to get consensus on those thresholds, identifying things that could be impacting those organisms, all the way from what could kill them to something that would have mild effects, but that would still be considered sublethal. And then also ask them not only to help us choose those thresholds, but also assign confidence levels to each of those thresholds, so we understand, how much stock we should be putting in those numbers as we apply them. Next slide, please. So when we take those thresholds now, we need to bring them back into model space, which is in 3 dimensions plus time. And so the idea then is that we're applying these thresholds in a way that essentially defines their optimum habitat in which they need to be able to live in a certain volume of water. And so when you apply that threshold then, and especially as you're applying it between 2 scenarios, what you can essentially calculate, and we normalize this as essentially the depth of change of habitat, is how much compression of that habitat has occurred due to any factor, like land-based inputs of nutrients or even climate change. We can do that same assessment. So next slide. And so as a teaser, again, preliminary findings, the answer to the question of what are the biological effects, we are finding that those land-based nutrients appear to compress habitat. And the way, just a simple explanation for how we got there, on the left-hand side, you have 2 smaller inset graphics where we're applying the threshold for biologically relevant pH effects, sublethal, for 2 scenarios, land-based inputs versus ocean only. And then when you subtract the change in thickness between those 2, we can isolate the percent change in habitat thickness for pteropods here for this aragonite saturation threshold of 1.4, in which we're finding then, just to take a step back, we are never triggering lethal thresholds, and we are also not triggering sublethal thresholds for 3 months of the year. But we are finding a habitat squeeze, if you want to call it that, for 3 months during the late summer over approximately a quarter of the Southern California Bight. And that this feature is variable from year to year, but it's fairly persistent. And in the graphic on the right-hand side, you can see the locale where we tend to find it. And we're finding this essentially area of habitat compression, not only for pH, but we're also finding it for oxygen. These 2 processes are linked because of the production of algae and how they impact both pH and oxygen. Next slide. Okay, so how does it matter to have a habitat squeeze? So I think the simple answer is that if you can swim away, for example, if you're a fish, then you have the ability to move away to someplace more suitable. And so what you would expect to see is a decline in the abundance in organisms where that's occurring for the time period that's occurring. If you cannot move away, or if you're essentially buoyed into currents and you're in a water mass that has suboptimal conditions, then you're going to be spending energy on dealing with that stress, trying to rebuild your shells, for example, and you're spending less time on growth and reproduction. And so ultimately, even though we can identify this area of a habitat squeeze, we're actually quite uncertain about the implications of these predictive effects of habitat capacity on the population itself. Next slide. Okay, so transitioning to question 3. What managers asked us to do then was to run scenarios to begin investigating possible actions. And the two, I guess I'll say, axes of inquiry were essentially the effect of nitrogen management in ocean outfalls, as well as how does potable water recycling matter? Because when you recycle water for potable reuse, you're essentially returning the brine back to the outfall. So you're maintaining the loading constant, roughly, while reducing the volume. So you're putting in a more concentrated stream of discharge. And so what we did with the model was we essentially looked at bookends of scenarios from 0 to 85% nitrogen reduction, and then volume reductions from 100% all the way down to 10%. And so the idea behind this is that we treated all of the outfalls the same, regardless of whether or not it was practical or achievable to get to those levels. So we're essentially doing a range finding exercise just to understand how it mattered. Next slide. Okay, so what did we find? Again, a teaser, as this work is making its way through peer review right now. We found that when you reduce nitrogen all by itself without doing any water recycling, we find a fairly predictable reduction of the changes in seawater chemistry, as well as the alterations in the suitable habitat area. So on the upper right-hand side, what I'm showing you is the change of the percent change of algal biomass normalized from where it says the 0 reference line is the ocean plus land-based inputs, all the way down to 100%, which is ocean only. And so you can see with increasing amount of reduction of the nitrogen from ocean outfalls that you are seeing a decline in that algal biomass. And though I'm not showing it here, it's also tied to those changes in oxygen and pH. On the bottom graph, it's showing you that visually, what does that look like? And so on the left-hand side, I'm showing you the change in algal production from 0% nitrogen reduction, which is essentially the current day scenario, all the way to 85% on the right-hand side, with the same color scheme of red meaning a gain in algal production and blue meaning a loss. And what I want you to see in these graphics is that you're changing the spatial footprint of the effect, as well as the intensity of the algal production, particularly along the coastline. Next slide. So nitrogen, the story for nitrogen is fairly clear. When we get to water recycling, it's a bit more complicated. But what we generally find, and the way I want you to think about this, is that if you take a more concentrated liquid and swirl it, you're going to have less dilution, but then wherever you're finding that concentrated liquid goes, it's creating this patchy distribution of algal production and oxygen and pH loss. So on the top graphic, what I want you to take away from this, going from left to right, the left-hand side is nitrogen reduction only as a change from the ocean plus land-based inputs. And then the right-hand side is the same nitrogen loading, but water recycling. And what the graphic is telling us is that you have this increased sort of degree of patchiness, particularly in areas of oxygen and pH and algal production that's essentially occurring as a result of that water recycling. So in the bottom graphic, as you move to higher or more progressive amounts of nitrogen reduction, that effect is still occurring, but it's that nitrogen reduction is essentially dampening that effect. Next slide. Okay, so this model is clearly beginning to be used to investigate all sorts of things. It's starting to serve its purpose as a decision support tool. But we understand that we have a lot of work ahead to increase the community's confidence in its use. And so towards that end, we're doing two major things, and I'll just touch on each briefly. We're doing both model validation, and we are participating as a community in an independent peer review process. Next slide. Okay, so what is model validation? It's simply probably the most straightforward and practical way of quantifying model uncertainty, in which you're comparing model predictions against monitoring data. And we understand that all models have uncertainty. We expect to have it, as do observations. But understanding that uncertainty really gives managers a lot more confidence in exactly how much to trust those results when in being guided by some of these essentially important decisions that you're trying to make. And so our team have spent collectively many years on validation. We've essentially validated model predictions against a decade of observations coast-wide, physics, biogeochemistry, and then again in the Southern California Bight. That work has been published. But because that initial work was essentially now from 20 years ago, and a lot of things have changed. Nutrient loading along the coastline has changed. Even our oceans are warmer. We want to know, as does the community, whether or not the model validation continues to perform well. And so we're happily engaged and want to be able to do this and share those results with the community. Ultimately, I could wax poetic about this model and how well it performs. Next slide. But I don't think that the opinion of the team matters as much as the opinion of independent experts, because ultimately, if we're working towards community acceptance of the model as a decision support tool, we need to make sure that the model is evaluated and its intended applications are evaluated, and that you have some independent voice that tells us essentially how well that model is doing. So we're looking forward to being able to work with that independent panel that's being assembled now to get advice on both quantifying model uncertainty as well as how to improve the model. So the steering committee is now forming to essentially formulate the charge questions and to establish this process. We're expecting it to take roughly about 18 months. And I think the most important part about how we're doing this is that we're doing this with the community. This is being funded by CASA in order to establish an independent, transparent, and fair and balanced process for this. And so we're really looking forward to this interaction, and we think everyone's really going to benefit from that conversation. Next slide. Okay, so I spent a lot of time talking about the importance of nutrients and what changes that it's having, but ultimately I think what's missing in that conversation is to really understand, well, how important are those changes relative to what's already happening with climate change? Climate change has already had an effect on our ocean, and then what's coming at us in the future. And so what some of the scenarios that we're already planning on doing is putting the changes of nutrient effects into context with future climate change and the climate change that has already occurred, as well as even understand how does that compare, or how does it matter if you start to manage nutrients. What about the sources that are very difficult to manage? For example, Mexican transboundary sources. And then secondly, we understand that it's really helpful to include in the conversation potential other solutions that we can bring to the table and evaluate through modeling. So, for example, kelp and bivalve aquaculture could be a means, a nature-based approach to both alleviate acidification and hypoxia, as well as bioremediate nutrients. And then there's a lot of other technological solutions being discussed on the horizon. For example, electrochemical CO2 removal from the ocean, and that we're already essentially moving towards using our model to be able to do a side-by-side comparison with these types of solutions relative to nutrient reductions. Next slide. So we hope that the board and that the community are as excited as we are about this model and the potential that it gives us as a decision support tool, not only for nutrients and climate change, but for all sorts of applications. And essentially what models represent, if you make the investments over the long term, they can really pay back their dividends in multiple ways, well beyond what you had originally intended. A great example is we're already starting to use this same model to look at the effects of microplastic dispersal in the ocean. We have the ability to use it to investigate the DDT problem off the coast of the Palos Verdes Shelf, and then even understand how models can help us understand the connectivity of or movement of biological resources between MPAs, or even siting of offshore energy. So be able to use it for spatial planning. And so with that, I'd like to wrap up my presentation. Next slide. And take any questions.
May I make some concluding remarks before we move to questions? Thank you. So recognizing these findings are preliminary and there's more work to be done in terms of validating the model and peer review, we are concerned about these preliminary findings and about the impacts from human sources of nutrients on marine life along the California coast. And also recognizing that we're a few years away from establishing nutrient standards for the state. It's very controversial. It's not going to be easy. And we want to take advantage of the infrastructure funding that is available now to incentivize wastewater agencies to evaluate the feasibility of reducing nutrients as part of their future planning for facility upgrades, including recycled water projects. And I'll just note that we're thinking about this not just for the ocean, but also inland. We see harmful algal blooms across the state as well. So our scope is beyond just the ocean that we're talking about today. And so to that end, we've had some conversations with our Division of Financial Assistance. We've had conversations with stakeholders. We're trying to come up with some options whereby we can partner with stakeholders to come up with ways that we can take advantage of this funding now. Possibly provide some joint funding to look at feasibility across the state. Not sure what it's going to look like, but we are going to continue those conversations. And today's presentation is meant to educate the board members and the public on the status of this modeling effort and the preliminary findings so that you're armed with information when we come to you with some proposals, hopefully in the not too distant future. So with that, I'd like to open it up to questions. And of course, I think we have many commenters here.
We do. Thank you, Ms. Mogus, and thank you, Dr. Sotula and Ms. Eckerly, for the very informative presentation. I really appreciate it. This is certainly a new and expansive topic and a very important one. And so it is heartening to see the amount of work that has gone in thus far into developing these decision support tools. I completely agree with you. They are essential to help us understand our changing environment and the impact that humans are having, whatever the source may be, and the options that we have before us to help influence positive protection of our marine life. So thank you for that. I have a few questions, but I first want to turn to my other board members to see if there are any questions. Ms. Morgan.
And thank you, Board Member McGuire. Dr. Sotula, I just had a question on slide 9. So it's talking about the land-based nutrient discharges, and it states 91% 98% of those land-based nutrients are estimated to be from human sources. So I just wanted to understand that better, of how that estimation was done and how that you came to that conclusion.
Great. Good question. So the answer is we compiled data from various sources. There is permit data from ocean outfall discharges. We also have MS4 data. We have an extensive regional monitoring program throughout the Southern California Bight. So we were able to compile information on riverine inputs and flow. And then also we have a way to essentially model what is natural from rivers. And so when we pull all this data set together, and this has been published, we can essentially pull out what is point source and non-point source and distinguish it from natural. And so I think what's helpful in that context is that essentially 95% of the nutrients going into the ocean are from point sources. An additional 2% are from non-point sources, and then a very minor amount from natural sources, as well as atmospheric deposition. And so then so that sounds like a lot, but how does that matter relative to the nutrients that are out there in the ocean already? And the answer is we're roughly doubling the amount of nitrogen going into the ocean that would naturally be there from upwelling.
Thank you. That's helpful. And so does that also include the cross-boundary inputs?
So the answer is mostly. And what we've already done is include the transboundary inputs from the Tijuana River watershed. And so because that's coming directly into a U.S. Estuary and coastal waters, we've quantified that. But now we have a separate effort in which we've quantified essentially what are the point sources coming in from Mexico that are discharged directly to Mexican coastal waters. And so now we can add that to the total. And so we're still in the process of doing all that analysis. So I don't want to have that neatly wrapped up in a bow for you today, but we're in the process of documenting that as well.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Board Member Morgan. Chair Esquivel, I see your hand raised.
Thank you, Board Member. I just have to note, this is really exciting work, and this is what a decade of investment looks like. Right now, being here in the international community right now, ocean acidification, these issues of nutrient inputs aren't just things that we're struggling with, certainly on the southern coast of California. This has international significance, and it's not lost on me as well that we have neighbors, say, in Florida and on the East Coast who are dealing with a huge sargassum issue right now. The inputs that are going into our oceans have definite consequences, and we have to be better informed and armed here with decision support tools like this. So I just have to commend everyone. It's an exciting presentation to have, even if, and I know importantly, there's still a lot of questions that we'll still have to further dig into. But even having just these preliminary understandings of the way that we can better balance these investments, these generational investments within our wastewater systems, our water recycling systems as well, then how they connect to really important discussions with other Western states and importantly, other coastal states, as we all understand how we best contribute to what are not an uncomplex set of issues here all amongst it. So hearing just the amount of work that's been done and here soon having just more better and definitive tools to help us through what I know are challenging issues is great. I think of certainly the San Francisco Bay as well, where their recent red tide is similarly influenced by a combination of, point source, non-point source, natural and human inputs, and better understanding where we can be making investments to really actually adjust to this climate crisis is incredible. So I guess my question actually was on the technology side. Having been out and about a bit recently, I know that there's even like micro bubble, like oxygen injection type, experiments that are going on where there's these, I believe, units that they're attaching to boats and basically driving around to, change some of those near ocean sort of conditions here, basically trying to knock out even algal blooms. how close are we on the technology side for options like that as well? Knowing that we do have to reduce nutrient outputs, and on that side for wastewater treatment plants and recycling, going to zero discharge, how you really recapture what are actually a lot of metals or other constituents sometimes that through further processing along with denitrifying can be part of the solution. But I guess what are some of the in situ, type of solutions that are out there? I saw that there was a couple listed there.
So I think that that's a great question. I think that technology discussion is probably a bit more advanced for estuaries and inland waters, where I think you have a lot more options for what to investigate. When it comes to ocean waters, I think that ultimately what you're dealing with is a vast ocean and that you have to consider what's sort of practicable. And so I think that we have made less progress relative to some of those discussions in inland waters, but there's definitely a big push to look at those solutions. And that the solutions range, if you look at the OPC strategic report, from nature-based solutions that really help to essentially restore the ecosystem and provide some resilience there, to technology-based solutions looking at things like electrochemical CO2 removal from the ocean. And I think that some of those technologies are in their infancy, but there's so much push on this that ultimately, I can see that we're going to be making a lot of rapid gains in understanding their potential. And what I'm heartened by is that, with a lot of advanced planning, we can essentially get our tools ready to be able to use models to say, well, before you invest in that at a full scale, let's take the pilot scale results and multiply it out and see how well that's going to work for us. And, is it really going to get us what we need, or do we end up expending more energy in doing that than what we're essentially, trying to combat with climate change? So, I think that that's a great question. I'm probably not the best person to inform that briefing, but our models are standing by to be able to be of service in that way.
Chair Esquivel. I'd like to amplify that if I could, Chair Esquivel. Martha's hit it exactly on the head. We've created a tool. I think I'd like to turn that burden of essentially what gets tested back to you and say, ask your staff what kind of scenarios you'd like to see us run, because a lot of these are all possible. It's really the bang for the buck. What do you get? So we are right now actively looking at kelp planting as one of them. And what do you get for planting kelp versus removing nutrients? What's the relative value, relative cost effectiveness? I think I want to turn that back to you. We've got a tool that's very easily customizable for all of those solutions. We just don't know what solutions you all are thinking about. Even the runs that we've done so far, I want to reemphasize what Martha said. These are range finding checks, right? So doing 85% removal from all 23 facilities in Southern California all the time, not a likely scenario. It's a great range finding that says, okay, if I did that, would I have an effect? All right. We need to know what the realistic scenarios are. And I would even suggest that a very nice activity would be to have you and your staff interact with the rest of the community. I think you all are aware that SWRCB is a research consortium that's formed jointly by regulators and regulated. A conversation among you all about what the best scenarios are, what are the most likely scenarios, and even some of the things that Martha very quickly went over one that I'd like to reemphasize. It's not just what's happening if you do nutrient removal, all right, but what's happening with where you see the rest of the planet going. For instance, if CO2 right now is going down from climate change and it continues to go down, and you do 85% nutrient removal from 23 plants and you get it to go back up, what happens if it keeps going back down? Right? You may have spent a lot of money to just buy yourself a few years. The model will allow you to evaluate all those kinds of alternatives. It's a tool, and I want to push it back to you. Help us figure out what applications you'd like to see us run.
Thank you for that. And I don't know if Mr. Bishop was going to add something as well.
Well, I was just going to offer that last week I met with the folks at Alta Sea, which research in San Pedro. They are working with
UCLA, USC, Caltech, they have actually pilot scale CO2 ocean removal activities that they're investigating right at this time. So at some future point, we could have them come and explain how those different technologies work and what their efficacy is at this point, but they are at early stages of the pilot scale. I did get to see one of their crafts that is going out to actually try some of these carbon removals on a pilot scale right now.
That's fantastic. And I appreciate the question back, because I think we have an opportunity, especially because CASA and really ultimately the treatment plant operators and managers here who need to be part of that discussion and that technology purview or discussion around. So I appreciate that. I think we do have an opportunity with here then using a tool like this to start to make sure we start asking those follow-on questions that start to narrow in here all collectively with us some confidence and various technologies, but importantly the efficacy of just the limited dollars we know we have right now, and though generationally here we haven't seen this much in the system since the Clean Water Act was passed, since 50 years ago. So much of the investments were made initially in the very infrastructure and impacts that we're all talking about here. So I appreciate that question back. And I guess my last question as well then, related to the model is, I know it's really dependent upon, the inputs, the sensors, the data from Southern California, which is sometimes, I won't actually make a statement if it's, sort of more in place than it is on other parts of the California coast, but how applicable is ultimately the work that's been done on the back end for then other chunks and segments of the California coast where we know we additionally need such a critical decision support tool. And just thanks again for all the partners that are making this possible.
So thanks for that question. So the answer is the model itself, in terms of its basic guts and formulation, is applicable along the entire coastline, but it does take those specialized inputs, from land in Central Coast or Northern California or San Francisco Bay, in order for it to run and be able to predict in a place-based way how much do those nutrients matter relative to the ocean. And so ultimately, then the second part of that answer says, as we're still working on the Southern California story, but we've also moved the operation, and UCLA is actively engaged in investigating, also in partnership with SFEI and the Nutrient Management Strategy Steering Committee of San Francisco Bay, essentially investigating what are the effects of San Francisco Bay exchanges, the coastal outfalls, and the coastal rivers, and understanding what's the effect up there. So the answer can't be the same. It'll be different for that region, but we have the tools in place and are following the same methodologies that are now well established in order to investigate the answer to the same question in that locale.
That's great. Thank you. And actually promise, last question. How much of this is relying on satellite data? I know, algal blooms can be here detected through satellite data. We're using that additionally. How much is that a data source versus, just in situ, readings, buoys, sampling?
Got it. So the model is special in that it's formulated based on first principles. So the short answer to your question is very little. There is a third model called the Weather Research Forecast Model that takes in data essentially on atmospheric conditions and then predicts things like winds and how that winds will ultimately be transmitted to things that start to move water around in the ocean. We're also reliant on having some data come from the outer ocean in terms of understanding what are the source water concentrations in the Pacific Basin for some of the things that will drive the model. But outside of that, the model is not tuned. There's no data assimilation. And so it's essentially predicting based on first principles, mechanistically, what's going on. And then for that reason, it's a useful model for our purpose here, because it allows us to convince ourselves that we understand the system well enough to figure out what's driving it.
But let me add to that slightly, because your question was, how is the satellite imagery driving the model? And as Martha said, only in small ways. But from a validation perspective, it is one of the things that we use.
That is
so,
correct.
so when you go to validate, you can validate with things like moraines that give you a lot of temporal intensity, but you're trying to really get the spatial pictures that Martha was showing you here today. And so what you're looking for when you do the validation is something that has that spatial range. The satellite imagery is outstanding for that, particularly when you're trying to do algal predictions. So it's a very big part of how we're doing the validation.
Helpful clarification. And thank you for going in depth on that. Really appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much. Good questions. So I have a little bit of a different question for you, and so I'm going to back up a little bit, because, for me, certainly the science, the technology that we're able to leverage here is exciting. But I find myself in a position where, I'm asking and wondering, how much do we know today, and do we know enough to, and when will we know enough to make these management decisions that this tool will help inform, right? So, Ms. Mogus, I appreciate your comments about incentivizing, funding of POTWs to look at, what's within the art of the possible, as they're certainly looking at water recycling, and we're all in at this point at, maximizing direct potable reuse, indirect potable reuse, and all the tools to help address those climate change challenges on the water supply reliability side. So certainly those projects are moving forward. And so I can feel that pressure of, anticipating those projects moving. And so that opportunity then to consider, what other enhancements might be warranted at this time. At the same time, we're a few years away, as you say, from having objectives here for nutrient management for ocean discharges. The model tools are still, it's 10 years in development. There's a lot of information that it's providing, still a peer review process and validation, other scenarios that can be evaluated. And I'm certainly in the learning mode here. My vocabulary is expanding daily the more I think about ocean acidification. And I've learned a lot of terms in the last several months as I've really tried to dig in, and I'm still, trying to understand what are we really looking at here? What are the impacts that we're seeing? And for me, it's, I'm an engineer, I'm a technical guy, but it's still, seeing these models and the three-dimensional tools and all of this great information is a lot of information to take in. And I know, I'm sure a lot of us feel the same way. We're just trying to process what we're seeing. And so, I think about, what you're evaluating. You're looking at nutrient loading, you're looking at pH changes, and algal production and biomass, and, habitat compression, habitat squeeze. I think that's kind of the same term. And so if you could, Ms. Tyler, or Ms. Argel, could you pull up slide 19, I believe? And what I'm getting at is, I'm seeing lots of different presentations of information. So I'm seeing, relative changes in algal production. Certainly, more algal production doesn't sound good to me, but I'm trying to understand what those thresholds are and what those critical decision points. What I heard was, 3 months of the year, we're seeing, I think, sublethal effects on, in those areas, and the more recycling you do could be concentrated and more focused. But when looking at the slide now on slide 19, comparing the 0% nitrogen reduction frame there to the 85%, and the metric here is algal production. So for me, it's a little hard to understand what is, we're doing a range finding exercise, as you say, Dr. Weisberg. So, what is that level of impact on various critical thresholds that we might be seeing? So if I were to ask, do you have the same slide that shows the impact on habitat compression? Would you say that that's a significant change that that you're seeing just in this sort of exercise?
So thanks for that question. And so I think the challenge in putting together this presentation is an exercise in how not to inundate the board with graphics. So if you go to the, I'm going to say the previous slide, or maybe two up, one more, please. One more. One more. Go back. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get you to go back. Backwards, backwards, backwards. Right there. Okay. So this is a slide of habitat compression, and that we're predicting this squeeze for 3 months in the late summer over a quarter of the bite. When you reduce nitrogen alone, what Dr. Christina Frieder documented as a part of that study is that you recover, as you get up to 85% reduction, you recover 75% of the habitat, of the compressed habitat in terms of area that was lost. So that is the answer to your question. So we have the graphics. We didn't include them. Maybe in 2020 would have been better to have that instead of algal production. So we have the ability to provide that information, and we're glad to submit whatever we have.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. I figured you did. You know, my point is, you know, we're at the early stages of identifying what those water quality objectives look like.
That is correct.
What those thresholds mean, you know, and then the factors within our ability to influence those objectives that haven't been developed yet. So for me, it's just, what are we looking at, and how concerned should I be?
Yes,
frankly,
that's right.
is something that I'm trying to process today. So, but I appreciate that you have that data, and you know, at some point it would be helpful to see.
Okay.
If I could elaborate on that. You asked kind of a few questions in there. The first you asked is kind of about the habitat squeeze and how concerned you should be about that. That's an interesting policy question, but there's underlying it some technical questions of how you are asking. This model is fairly far along. How far is it? When is the effect large enough that I would trust, in a sense, the result? I think that's exactly what we're working on right now. Any measurement you take, you know, you get a measurement of pH, you take a satellite imagery measurement, it has error in it. For monitoring, we're pretty good at defining what that error is, because we can go out multiple times, use multiple instruments, have multiple people do it, and we can quantify that error. What we're doing right now is quantifying the error of the model. Right? And we'll have this expert review panel will basically help us look at it in ways to ensure that you get the quantification of error. And then what happens is you end up with, as you go to make decisions, you'll look at the model. If the model has an error this large, okay, and the model output shows a change that's this large, you can be fairly confident. Right? It also has another axis. If the change that you're considering is a relatively small investment, and you've got this versus this, you might want to say, good enough. If it's a large decision, it's this versus this, you might want to say, I want it to be more before, or I want this to shrink, the uncertainty to shrink before I'm willing to make that decision. The thing that I think you should feel comfortable is we're in the process of developing all those quantifications.
So I would think about it a slightly different way for you to maybe help compare. There's a lot of numbers and percentages and compression, but the validation of the model, and jump in, Martha or Steve, if I'm oversimplifying, is going to change the margins. There is going to be a large amount of habitat compression over a substantial 3-month period of the year, no matter what the validation ends up being. And so the question is, as we move forward, is habitat compression of a fairly large, you see it in 2-dimensional on those graphs, but remember it's 3-dimensional. So it's shrinking the habitat in the offshore ocean by a substantial volume, no matter how well the validation comes. It'll change it on the margins, but there is going to be, and is that in and of itself worth spending a lot of money on? That's really what it comes down to. And I think of it personally in terms of when we look at other impacts to habitat, we look at very small acres of impact on habitat, and we get concerned. we're talking about orders of magnitude more acres of impact associated with this compression. Now, the difference is many of the critters can swim away, so they're moving to a different area of the ocean. So the area that your uncle goes out and fishes is no longer going to have any fish because they've all moved away because of the habitat compression. But those things that can't move away are spending their energy building their shells or surviving in a hostile environment instead of producing more of those critters. I mean, that's the way I think about it. And so we are not going to get, when they finish the validation, a clear answer that says, yep, at 26% reduction in nitrogen, you're okay. What we're going to get is a more exact figure on what that compression is. It's still going to be a question of how much compression are we willing to accept as a board. And then Martha and Steve, you can jump in and say, no, he's got it wrong.
Seeing a thumbs up. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. Board Member Firestone. That did answer my question. I appreciate that and the discussion. I think that's some of the answers that I'm seeking to find and better understand as we go forward here. So I look at this as certainly the first presentation before this board, and I know there's going to be many more discussions, much more stakeholder engagement to come. So I look forward to those discussions as we progress here. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just follow up since I have you all here, and I'll just echo, thanks. And this is incredibly important and concerning. And there's a decade of research of, international significance that has gone into where we are today. And like all models and work, there's a lot more that we have to do. And I appreciate CASA and others also investing in kind of these next steps of how we continue to get to improve our understanding. I am definitely very much interested in these questions around management and, rather than just the bookends, things like, we have a few very, very large point sources, and we have some that are much smaller and, different potential for affordability and investment, and sort of understanding what is feasible and what those options are. So to me, that's a really critical kind of priority in terms of next step as we try to utilize these tools that have been developed and continue to be developed. So two things I'm curious on. One is just, Jen, Ms. Eckerly, you talked about the significance of this issue and the investment in the science and what's gone into this. But it seems like what is coming out of this in terms of our understanding of human inputs on this maybe wasn't what we expected necessarily at the beginning, given the focus on CO2. And I'm just curious if you can just weigh in a little bit to Board Member McGuire's question of, how concerned should we be on this, and how significant is this from the purview of the Ocean Protection Council in terms of, the sort of critical issues facing the ocean and ocean health that you guys are focused on?
Thank you so much for the question. I mean, I think I would align myself with the comments from Chief Deputy Bishop in that it is concerning to us. And while there is still more information to understand, how to interpret the models and then how to translate that into management. And I really appreciate Board Member Firestone, your suggestions about okay, we've got this at a, equal treatment across the coast, but what does it mean to actually drill down into the individual plant contributions and the associated management approaches for that? But all of that is to say that we are concerned, and if we're having significant habitat compression over 3 months of the year, every year in the Southern California Bight, we're concerned, and we want to continue to see how we learn more about those impacts and the strategies that we have to address them.
Great. And then my other question is around, I have a kind of, I think as we think about the community that needs to be engaged, particularly now that we have such an incredible tool and we're continuing to develop and understand it, not just the regulated community, but also the communities that interact and are part of the ocean environments and relying on the ocean environments. I am wondering, or I guess I would say, it seems, to frame this as a question, it seems like the resolution, as you said, it's possible to get into, and you're sort of showing some hotspots and understanding of where those impacts are most likely to be seen. And so just would love to understand that better from a, kind of hotspot, both from a human kind of equity standpoint, as well as just where, what can we expect in terms of who and what is impacted more acutely by things that seem like there was particularly hotspot concerns around the runs on understanding as we switch to recycled water. If we don't change the nutrient total, and instead it's more concentrated and a brine and discharge, then it seems like there was even more hotspots because of lack of dilution. It's my simplified understanding of your of your graphics. But so just, I don't know to what extent you can already feel like you can answer that, or if that's something that you all are, can look at continuing to understand better. Because I think as we look at the engagement now with the broader community, not just the regulated community on the management, feasibility and all those things that are critical, but also, what will this mean and what are options for the, public and stakeholders and communities that interact and are part of the ocean environment.
That's a great but complicated question. And ultimately, I think if I were to restate it, it sounds like you're interested in understanding to what degree we've connected our findings with essentially the potential for disadvantaged communities to be impacted by this. And the answer to that question is we have not yet directly done that. I think the potential for us is there for, again, place-based information, pulling in and understanding what are the ways from a socioeconomic or from a cultural perspective, there could be some impacts. And I think ultimately, I think a great sort of case study for this is essentially what's going on with Imperial Beach and the Mexican transborder flows. That, there's some places where those effects are already obvious. But I think it's a simple answer to say that we've not yet really explored that. I think that the findings are too fresh.
Great, thank you. Good, very good questions. Okay, if there's no other questions, then I think we can move to our public comments. We have about 5 speakers, and so depending on how this goes, I may have a couple present and then go to a break, or we may try and get through all these. I will judge that based on my next input, which is that a few of the speakers today asked for some additional time, more than the customary 5 minutes. And so what I'm going to do is, for those who did ask for additional time today, we'll give you up to 10 minutes to make your presentation. Some asked for a little more, some asked for a little less, so I'm trying to find a nice medium there. We do have a number of items on our agenda today, so we're going to try and move through this. But I know this is a very new topic and there's a lot to unpack, so I want to provide time for those who have some additional information to share. So with that, our first speaker is Jared Voskuhl, and that will be followed by Annalisa Moe.
Hi, good morning, board members. Jared Voskuhl on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. CASA represents over 130 agencies and municipalities across California that provide wastewater collection, treatment, recycling, and resource recovery. Several of our members are along the coast, and they'll be impacted by potential policy changes that are being discussed today. We're very glad for you to have this informational item before you today. This has been an item we've been following for several years. We're happy to have this discussion here in this context. Next slide. We'd like to thank the State Water Board and the regional water boards for all their investment in tracking this item. Also, the Ocean Protection Council has funded so much of this research to date, and we're appreciative of that work. And we also want to recognize SWRCB and the model researchers who are looking at all this analysis using supercomputers at UCLA to make predictions about ocean state conditions in the future. Just to be sure, I'm a layman here today. I'm not an environmental scientist. I'm not an engineer. I'm just taking this from the perspective of being that layperson, but I'm sure there's other lay people in this audience. So hopefully my comments today are reflective of their questions also about this work. Looking at the specific policy item that's before you, there's kind of a lot in there, and we're talking about shifting the funding policy based on these preliminary findings. There's a caution that needs to be urged as you're answering the question, should we change the policy, not to implicitly accept the assumption that these findings are that basis there. And so if you were a computer programmer, this might be considered a nested for loop of a policy agenda item. If you're into literature, you might think of this as a Trojan horse, or if you're into a lawyer, this might be like a double hearsay exam question in law school. So we want to try to unpack what those questions are. And so next slide. The first is whether there should be a change to the funding policy to incentivize nutrient removal and to eliminate coastal discharges. The second question we find is, are these conclusions of the preliminary findings today sufficient to provide such a basis for a policy change? And then the third question, which isn't necessarily in there, but maybe is implied, are there current infrastructure projects already in development without further management action that could help us realize the goals we're seeking for water quality? Next slide. So let's go to this first question in terms of changing the policy. Next slide. So you can see here in the board's item, the policy issue identified. In and of itself, this seems fairly innocuous. Do we need to incentivize this in projects? But next slide. When you couple that question with this item that was in the board's 2023 strategic priorities that was heard here in January, it does cause a little concern for our members. Because this one notes we want to update the funding policy to incentivize nutrient removal and update the water recycling program guidelines to incentivize elimination of coastal discharges. And for our member, there are still questions about these environmental impacts that are being predicted by this model, as well as the economic feasibility that would come along with management actions. Next slide. So before we get too much further, I also want to just flag the board's water recycling policy. In short, it says we are going to put to reuse as much water that can viably put to reuse, but it also makes a distinction that brine is not treated wastewater for the purposes of the policy. And I think that distinction is important for some of the future conversation here. I'll also note, as you'll see in our later slides, our members are already putting as much water as possible to reuse. There are a variety of projects that are planned around the state and along the coast. And a lot of times water recycling is cast as a panacea. And that's because of the standards to which we can treat the water. But we also have to acknowledge that there's still effluent discharge of a brine or an RO concentrate. And the policy excludes that brine from the definition of treated wastewater. But insofar as you're really wanting to talk about that brine management, just in short, as a non-engineer, but in speaking to them, it's not really manageable. The options that do exist get very expensive very quickly. They also require a lot of energy. And so as we're contemplating what do we do with that brine, we do want to separate and tease out the issue of water recycling. But that doesn't mean recycled water as a solution then becomes a placebo. Regular secondary treatment can get up to 20% of nutrients removed. And there are options for optimizing plants or side stream treatment that can get you another 20% removal. It's kind of the low-hanging fruit. But after that, you're going into engineering modes that do get very prohibitively costly unless the confluence of a right batch of circumstances are in place. An analysis looking at that has been performed in the Bay Area by HDR, looking at the 37 agencies in the Bay. They've come up with a menu of options, kind of showing what can you do for how much money. Something like that would be very valuable as you're contemplating management actions in the future to see what could you do in Southern California, what could you do along the coast, what could you do along the entire West Coast. But I just would want to point, as we're in this conversation, in 1972, when the Clean Water Act was passed, it was tied to a $24 billion appropriation from Congress. In today's money, that's $175 billion. That was more or less no strings attached, giving it to plans to do upgrades to get them all up to that secondary treatment level. And I think in some cases, the federal government was on the line for 75% of those costs to prevent any kind of wastewater affordability crisis that otherwise that would have induced. And for humor's sake, I'll note you can read President Nixon's veto message of that bill, which was then overridden by Congress, a 2/3 vote in Congress. And it's a funny veto message. But moving on in the presentation, next slide. So, answering the question of should there be a policy change, I just would perhaps pose 3 questions in response. Is there any kind of water quality objective or ocean plan amendment currently that would be the basis for a change? Would changing that policy to make disincentives shift funding away from non-coastal dischargers, which is a statewide organization that's a sensitive subject for us, as well as would it deprioritize other kind of projects? And so if you see the next slide, you can see what agencies around the state submitted a couple of years ago for projects they'd like to have funded. And you can see nutrient removals not always clearly expressed in here is the types of projects. So in terms of this idea of these preliminary findings today about predictions off the coast, do we want to have a policy change? I just would encourage us to use that policy amendment context to make that decision and have that separate process, which we're committed to. Now, moving on to the next slide, the next question is about the preliminary findings and whether they offer a sufficient basis. Next slide. The Roms-Beck model is making scientific predictions about future ocean state conditions. In this computer model, there's 90,000 lines of code, 2,500 pages. It's a very complex model. It's not a 50-piece puzzle. It's a 5,000-piece puzzle. So when regulatory agencies are making regulatory decisions, there are standards that are used, and we can look at EPA guidance, we can look at the California Water Monitoring and Water Environmental Modeling Forum guidance, we can look at Department of Energy guidance, but essentially there's a level of QA that's required for models that are going to be used for this purpose. And right now, looking at this slide, we're right in the middle of that model validation skill assessments. So there is some more time we feel that is needed. Next slide. For us, the axiom is the level of certainty required of a model's predictions have to be commensurate to the cost to permittees for that management action. And so right now, there are at least 9 different analyses that could be performed by SWRCB that they offered. And I think 4 of them, maybe 3 of them are in the middle of being performed, but these all get to these issues of how confident are we in these models' predictions. And so they're estimated to be done in about 18 months, and we're very supportive of that work, and we know it's critical for all parties involved to get resolution on those. Next slide. In terms of today's results, the model has included a variety of pathways of land-based nutrients. It doesn't put the loading number in context about nutrients from upwelling, but I think the answer is about 50% of nutrients are coming from upwelling, 50% are coming from all of these pathways that are provided. So as a predictive tool, some of the findings today are not exactly the analyses we would need to answer the questions that are being posed. Next slide. But also these analyses I don't think they account for the border from the raw sewage from the border, which is at 220 billion gallons since December. But there's this work that's underway that's going to look at this. And so as that is brought in, I think it'll help us differentiate what are California wastewater treatment facilities contributions and what are other pathway contributions as we're talking about wastewater treatment facility upgrades. Also, next slide. I'd want to note SWRCB's findings previously. They talked about there's never triggered lethal thresholds. There's very little habitat loss. And during 3 months out of the year, you're finding 25% of change in pH. It sounded like if you reduce that nitrogen by 85%, you would get to 75% reduction. So that habitat reduction would be around the 18% mark for 75% change. Next slide. But I also want to note, this piece of it with pH. Next slide. In prior research, we identified, SWRCB kind of shared that they're still getting a grip on this piece on pH and the variability. And they're doing work that will refine this. But as we're understanding what are these predicted changes in pH in these offshore waters, this is something where there is still some variability that we want to see improved. Next slide. So in terms of the last question, and going a little bit long, so I apologize. I'll try to wrap this up quickly. The question is, well, what about the current infrastructure projects that are already being planned in development? Are they going to be sufficient to ensure desired water quality conditions? Next slide. And so this was kind of represented in this proposal of what if we recycle 50% or what if we recycle 90%? And I'll note we're talking about current loadings in the model runs that were done, but these current loadings are going to be changed because of the management actions that are being made at the local level to recycle water. And so as we're thinking about future analyses, we need to consider how would these loadings change and how would that alter the conclusions that are being found. Next slide. The progress to date, you can see in the middle in terms of how much we've recycled, but if you look at how much we've planned, you can see how that's going to go up significantly from around 300 to close to 600. Not at quite a doubling, but pretty close to that. And that's if you're only looking at the 4 big agencies in Southern California. But what does that change look like just for one agency? Next slide. Here you can see the drop in total suspended solids, BOD, and ammonia. One plant implementing water recycling has resulted in these changes. So if you're talking about all the big agencies in Southern California, we could expect something comparable, and that is going to have a measurable impact. Next slide. So what we did here is we looked at all the models that are included or all the agencies that are included in the model. We looked at their permitted dry weather flow, and then looking at the agencies that are committed to large-scale recycling, you can see they comprise about 75% of the overall volume discharged. And those agencies already are committed to water recycling. Next slide. So without management action, there approximately could be 75% of the recyclable flow treated that are currently in planning or design or construction phases. And so our takeaways, from all of this, next slide, are at this time, we want to make sure that to the extent there are questions about feasibility, we think that the Recycled Water Strike team can field a lot of the questions about RO concentrate management, but a funding policy change at this point may be premature. We don't think that there's action that needs to be taken because there's already agencies committed to doing a lot of this work that's being described as solving the issue. But we also know there's additional model analyses that are needing to be run, as we've discussed, that account for future conditions, planned infrastructure changes. But there's also uncertainty in the model and variability that's being analyzed and understood. And so as that information comes in, we'd like to see model runs that are reflective of that. And then finally, we want to underscore as it pertains to the next agenda item on the 303D list and how this model's predictions might be relied upon in a listing cycle in the future, that precision is critical because we're talking about model predictions. Typically, a 303D list is based on monitoring data. And when we look at a lot of the monitoring data, I don't know how that monitoring data always squares up with this model's predictions at this point. I know there's work to date to validate those predictions and compare those, but not all of it has been done. And I think most specifically, there's work that should be delivered in the next 6 to 9 months that will really get at how those two pair. And we're supportive of that work and very appreciative to the work to date from the research team because this has not been an easy enterprise. So with all that, I will thank you for the time. If there's any questions, I can take them, but otherwise.
Thank you, Mr. Veskel. And thank you to CASA for your support of further development and understand that you have concerns, but your participation in these discussions and further development of the model and the validation is incredibly helpful. So thank you. With that, we'll go to our next speaker, Annalisa Moe, who will be followed by Amber Baylor.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Wonderful, thank you. Good morning, State Board and staff. For the record, my name is Annalisa Moe, and I'm speaking on behalf of Heal the Bay. We're a local science-based nonprofit organization dedicated to making the coastal waters and watersheds of the greater Los Angeles area safe, healthy, and clean. And our work is really intimately connected to the health of the Santa Monica Bay, as well as the larger Southern California Bight. Now, we all know that ocean ecosystems are critical. 70% of the oxygen that we breathe comes from oceans. Many are reliant on the ocean as a source of protein. And throughout the geological history of Earth, oceans have helped to sequester greenhouse gases and maintain balance in the carbon cycle. And for decades now, the oceans have taken the majority of excess greenhouse gases and heat from anthropogenic activity, from our activity, not to mention all of the pollution discharge into oceans through surface water and discharge outfalls. And the result is just absolutely devastating. You heard in detail about the initial study results, but just to highlight, 25% of the Southern California Bight is impaired for ocean acidification and hypoxia. We have to recognize here today together how concerning this is and take immediate action to address the impairment. Just yesterday, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released their sixth assessment report, confirming that Earth is likely to pass a dangerous temperature threshold within the next 10 years. However, the IPCC chair, Lee, had a hopeful message to share that the choices that we make now and in the next few years will reverberate around the world for hundreds or even thousands of years. We are at a turning point right now. What we do right now will impact future generations. And if we do nothing today and just wait and see, that inaction will also reverberate for thousands of years. Now, when we talk about the climate crisis, there's often a focus on greenhouse gas emissions, but it really does apply to all climate action. The preliminary results of the study on ocean acidification that looked at the Southern California Bight determined that nutrient loading from discharge is a major factor in ocean acidification impairment. And these impacts are not limited to near shore or the outfall zones. They're actually impacting the whole Southern California Bight, even on the open ocean side of the Channel Islands. So the goal has to be to get nutrients out of the water and to do that as close to the source as possible. In ocean remediation technology might catch our attention or get the headlines, and they may someday become one tool in the toolbox. But reducing discharge of excess nutrients in the first place is it's a practical approach. It's also economical and sustainable. And it also, this approach of reducing the discharge is also the approach that the State Board has, is in a perfect position to champion. Now, addressing ocean acidification and hypoxia through the integrated report, so that would involve getting water bodies listed on the 303D list and then creating a plan to address the impairment and then implementing that plan. That is a really important long-term strategy, and we support the State Board in pursuing this strategy. But we all know that this process could take decades. So we must also take action now that will have more immediate positive impacts. So that's when we can look at nitrification and denitrification, particularly at POTWs. So we can look at water quality-based effluent limits. We can look at technology-based effluent limits. But there are some projects that are underway currently. So we can also focus our efforts on accelerating these efforts and also beginning new projects. We can also, from the State Board perspective, provide some regulatory incentives to ramp up the process of denitrification. That could come through funding as sort of a carrot side of things, or there could be the stick side of things, which would be enforcement. There could be enforcement action to require POTWs to actually investigate denitrification themselves. And then just as one other note, especially in the Los Angeles area, because it is so urbanized, nutrients also are discharged into the bay through stormwater discharge. If the flow of stormwater is not needed to support other beneficial uses like habitat and ecosystem health, we can capture that flow and reduce that discharge as well. So outside of this particular ocean acidification viewpoint, we can also look at things like the California Water Strategy and prioritize the beneficial use of stormwater, prioritize increasing recycled water with safe brine disposal regulation, and then deprioritize other things like desalination. So just to kind of wrap things up, in the midst of a climate crisis, and also when California as a state is striving to protect 30% of our lands and coastal waters by 2030 in our 30 by 30 project, we really cannot allow 25% of the California bight to remain impaired, severely restricting and compressing critical marine habitat. Especially not if there's something that we can do about it. And in this case, there is something that the state board can do to reduce excess nutrient loading on our critical marine ecosystems. But unfortunately, if we wait at all, then it will be too late. So we should, of course, continue to evaluate the model and assess the science, but we must take action today and then adaptively manage as we move forward. Thank you very much for the time and the opportunity to comment. I'm available if you have any questions.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Mo. Appreciate the comments today and your participation. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks, and thanks for the comments from everyone so far. You mentioned 30 by 30, and again, I think I'm just trying to. I'm like Board Member Guerrero said. This is an area I'm learning a lot more about, and trying to put this into context in terms of order of magnitude. So. In terms of habitat and goals within the ocean, can you just help, and maybe this is for you, Ms. Eckerly, just help put into context that goal and investment we have as a state, and how that is related in terms of order of magnitude to the habitat impacts that we're talking about in this from this analysis?
Yeah, I could spend a lot of time today talking about our approach to 30 by 30 in coastal waters, and I'm not sure I have a direct or perfect answer to that question. I will say that we've got 4 strategies that we're focusing on to address our 30 by 30 goal in coastal waters. They include our globally significant network of marine protected areas. They include the potential to strengthen biodiversity protections within national marine sanctuaries that overlap with state waters. Third strategy is around working closely with California Native American tribes to establish indigenous marine stewardship areas, so places where we can increase support and stewardship by tribal governments and tribal communities. And then the final piece, and I think that's where this potentially fits in, is looking at our existing spatial management measures in the ocean, understanding kind of the landscape of those existing protections or conservation measures. And that can include places like ASBSs for water quality, existing fisheries management measures, military closures, understanding the extent to which those places are providing conservation benefits that meet the definition of protected in our Pathways to 30 by 30 document. That definition has 2 components: whether these places are durably protected and whether they provide ecosystem level benefits. So this is just, you gave me an opportunity to talk about 30 by 30, and I am, and I guess I would say we are taking a threat-based approach. So we're looking to understand what are the breadth of impacts. Is it water quality? Is it habitat degradation? Is it fishing? And of course, across a backdrop of climate change. And understanding what tools we have to address those threats. So I think if we determine that nutrient-based inputs are exacerbating water quality through increased ocean acidification and hypoxia, then we may want to leverage management tools to address those threats.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, we'll go to our next speaker, Amber Baylor, who will be followed by Dr. Mark Gold. Morning.
Hi, good morning. I'm still laughing about the COVID or the ELAP reference earlier. It seems like it's been an eternity through COVID since I've seen you all, so it's exceptionally nice to see you all in person today. So my name is Amber Baylor. I'm the Director of Environmental Compliance for the South Orange County Wastewater Authority. I'm also coming to you as CASA's Regulatory Work Group Chair, which we've prioritized ocean acidification and hypoxia as one of our priorities through that work group, and also as the Clean Water SoCal water chair, co-chair. So we are speaking from kind of the industry perspective and our 9 member agencies. So thank you for the opportunity to comment. First, I want to thank our member agencies that support this work for management's understandings of the monies needed to solve these important questions that are before you. SWRCB is currently made up of 9 member agencies serving South Orange County, approximately 500,000 people. I also wanted to thank SWRCB and their team at UCLA and Princeton for this excellent work thus far, and the OPC for funding this research as well. I also wanted to thank the people who work in an open source community through the myroms.org model in an open community source manner. I want to begin by stating that we are uniquely engaged as a shared clean water community and a community focused on science, technology, and engineering principles to solve our water supply and water quality challenges. Today I'm going to talk about 3 facets of my presentation in the following 3 short slides, so hopefully I'll make up some time. First, I'm going to talk about the history, but not only history of the reduction of nitrogen to the ocean over the last 40 years, but also our history and engagement on the Romsbeck model, our key science findings, and our next steps and action item requests. Next slide. This is the perfect slide. SWRCB member agencies are coastal and inland dischargers to a single outfall, which contains socioeconomic extremes of affluent and disadvantaged communities with a broad range of stakeholder concerns. Excuse me. Coastal plants utilize the power of potential energy, which creates a low GHG footprint. GHG and cost to pump and treat per acre foot factors into the development of engineered solutions and projects for recycled water. Environmental concerns are foremost in our engagement as leisure and recreation are primary economic drivers in coastal regions for the hospitality industries. Inland dischargers are also concerned about environmental footprint and healthy communities. SWRCB board wants to know if they're truly causing ocean acidification, what are the offshore effects contributing to ocean acidification, so they can report back to constituents and take action when necessary. Related to the history of ocean acidification along the coast, SWRCB has reconstructed the historical and narrative accounts of tribes and missionaries throughout the development of our salt and nutrient management plan. Through this historical fact-finding, we were shocked to find red tide events nearly 247 years ago, killing fish from what we can only surmise were natural movement of low oxygen water from offshore upwelling. Natural background, therefore, is a key to item of concern of enforcing of this Romsbeck model. SWRCB has been actively engaged in these efforts as management personnel. We don't take attribution and necessary actions lightly, and we want to be part of the solution. SWRCB and member agencies have been engaged in advanced treatment of non-potable supplies to offset water demand and nitrification associated with acidification reduction for over 40 years. We use actually partial nitrification process, which reduces discharge to the ocean by at least 50%, providing key chloramine formation for secondary disinfectant in our distribution systems, and nitrogen for landscape irrigation purposes. This treatment solution, combined with 100% discharge, minimizing discharge goals for maximum beneficial use, has reduced biochemical oxygen demand and nitrogenous loading tremendously. Next slide. I'm going to talk just really briefly about one of our member agencies, the Santa Margarita Water District, who actually began water recycling in 1979, and now South County is actually producing over 20,000 acre-feet of water, recycled water. SWRCB has a decade of experience following and engaging in plume tracking efforts. In fact, in 2013, when our flows were actually much larger, can you actually go back to the next slide? Sorry, I'll go to science findings in just 1 second. Thank you. When our flows were actually much larger, we actually used ammonia as a proxy to find the plume, and we couldn't find it, and our coastal communities were like, go back out and try to find it. So we've been actually involved in this. And then we also started working with the regional board and plume tracking workshops in 2016. Then as part of our NPDES permit compliance in the ocean plan, specifically as it relates to modeling buoyant and dense plume discharges of the Doheny desal facility. Our chief scientist, Dr. Scott Jenkins, helped to modify the Roberts method and model for the San Juan Creek outfall for NPDES renewal process. Dr. Jenkins is part of an international company of engineers who strive for technical accuracy for engineered systems. Throughout the onboarding process of engineering firms that we went through our RFP, or request for proposal process, we began to understand the experience and actually extensive experience that Dr. Jenkins had through his role in the Navy in the 1990s on the development of their Beck model. So there are multiple Beck models out there, and that's what we're trying to resolve. We retained Dr. Jenkins to gain a more technical understanding of the model being used at a regional and state level. And in fact, when we met with SWRCB in December of 2022, Dr. Jenkins gave a lot of comments and accolades to the SWRCB team for taking on a hugely complex problem. So we understand this problem is extremely complex. We are also, as a requirement for an evaluation of new permit technologies in compliance with our permit, we actually looked at the model and we had 2 findings that we found, which I'll talk about in the next slide. And we actually doubled our permit budget to allow for the inclusion of additional modeling for plume tracking exercises along our coast, which for an agency that's really small is a significant investment so that we can answer these questions. So we embrace technology that informs decision making, and I'll move on to the next slide for the science finding. So this is the slide that we actually provided to regional boards, so we didn't change it significantly. As noted in my earlier presentation of flow and nutrients, we're trying to resolve the same thing as some of the findings and what we see. In the summertime period, our flows drop off significantly because of demand for non-potable resources. So we're trying to resolve the significant reduction of nitrogen in the model findings, or the preliminary model findings. But what we found, and we've relayed to the regional board, is that there's an omission of scattering in the formulation of light attenuation and under prediction of dilution at the outfalls. We also included one addition to consider in the source code because we want to be part of the solution. And then we provided 5 examples of studies that are international to support these concerns. Next slide. So our continued engagement, we have been given direction to, from the regional board to work with SWRCB, and we are, on a more active role through our engagement with our industry partners as well as Region 9. And as I noted, that we are a very small organization. So as we look at all of the many questions that you could answer with this model, we think that it would be very helpful to potentially release the Beck portion into the open source community in a structured way that the ROMS model is currently, that I'm referenced at the very top of this. As one of my managers that I like to speak to on this item kind of equated it to a GIS tool that was more of a very sophisticated technical tool that it gave people an ability to use that tool in a more sophisticated manner in their own areas of expertise within their organizations, or even potentially additional modelers beyond the 20 modelers that we're looking at so far. So with that, I don't have any more in my presentation, but we looked for continued engagement, and I will just leave you at, we certainly do not want to be part of a negative problem by any means. We're looking at that solution, but a refined accuracy in the model is what we're striving for, and we're actively trying to engage to make that investment and work in a proactive and accurate manner. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate that. Next up, we have Dr. Mark Gold, who will be followed by our last speaker, Sean Bothwell. Hello. Oh, but there you go.
Sorry about that. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Mark Gold. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am I'm the Director of NRDC's Water Scarcity Solutions effort here. Before I launch into the remarks, a couple things I want to say, which is I keep hearing the words preliminary results, and it's just not accurate. We're talking about, this is a team that has over 24 published peer-reviewed articles, and anyone who's like myself, who's had peer-reviewed work, that's a pretty amazing accomplishment, and this is in some of the top journals in the world. So I do want to make that very, very clear. There's a couple of papers that are will probably be published in the next 2-3 months, but have already been submitted and are of superb quality. But using the term preliminary results, especially when it talks about, are we having a problem? Are the dischargers actually related to the problem from the standpoint of the anthropogenic influences from large POTWs on the coast? That is settled science that has been out there now for a few years, not preliminary results. So I just want to say that up front. You've heard earlier that the climate crisis is upon us. IPCC report just came out. There's a lot more to this than climate whiplash of record precipitation, snowpack, and flooding right after record drought and extreme temperatures that we experienced here in California. The climate crisis impacts the ocean. The warm water blob off the West Coast, starting over about a decade ago, exacerbated North Coast kelp forest collapse, and the near extinction of Pycnopodia, the sun star, and the population collapses of a dozen sea stars from sea star wasting disease. So we've been experiencing a climate crisis off of California for quite some time. On the OAH side, over 15 years ago, as you saw, I thought excellent presentation by Deputy Secretary Eckerly as well as Dr. Satula, that Oregon and Washington, more than 15 years ago, started having oyster aquaculture impacts from shell dissolution. In California, and this is the key thing, is that the urgency of what we're talking about today, yes, this is good science, it's cool to watch, et cetera, but the scope and scale of the ocean acidification and hypoxia problem today is unprecedented. It's the largest pollution impact off our coast that we've seen. The only possible exception to that might be the plastic pollution problem that we're having as well. Going back to history, of which I've been involved in intimately, while I was at UCLA as their associate director of their Institute of the Environment and Sustainability before I became the interim director and associate vice chancellor there, I was also the director of their coastal center. And at that time, I met with professors Jim McWilliams and Curtis Deutsch, who was at UCLA at that time. And we put together the first ever proposal to the Ocean Protection Council for the Romsbeck model project. Pat Coleman, who was then the executive director of the OPC, made a brilliant suggestion, which as Steve Weisberg can attest to, I bristled against, but it was very smart, to team up with SWRCB as a condition of moving forward on that project, which, as you've heard, started way back in 2013. So it's a full decade. We've heard that the OPC and NOAA have supported this effort to the tune of millions of dollars. Thank you to the OPC a great deal for that. So we have this coupled on a physical biogeochemical model of the entire California current for the West Coast, but downscale to the Southern California bight. On top of that, as you've heard, the best available data, which validation and calibration exercises are continuing throughout, was gathered by SWRCB. I mean, this was a huge amount of effort on their part, and they're continuing to get that data. Some of it is remote sensing data. There's not a heck of a lot, but there is some remote sensing data that is involved in that. You also have these big NOAA cruises that are led by Dick Feely and others by the Pacific Marine Environmental Lab that provided a huge amount of data that's critical for this work. The team researched to answer all sorts of questions on if we have an OAH problem. Is it all caused by global CO2 atmospheric concentrations as well as upwelling? And if not, what are the anthropogenic influences of nutrient loading? And so that is settled science at this point. So I just want to make sure that the board understands that. When we first wrote the proposal, my expectations back then, there would be some OAH impacts, but that the global processes and upwelling would by far dominate. I wish I was right. This was a case where I actually thought things were going to be better off than they actually are. And I certainly never envisioned looking at maps where you see up to 60 miles offshore in habitat compression. That is something that just is absolutely shocking to me. So the actual outcome, which is happening now, not in the future, as you've heard from some people, is that 25% of Southern California bight is impaired with an average of 20% habitat compression. And in some places, that's up to 60% habitat compression. And this is for 3 months a year, as you've heard. The biggest impact is at the depths of 50 to 150 meters. And as I said before, the impacts go from the coast all the way to up to 60 miles offshore. We're talking the other side of the Channel Islands, which is absolutely extraordinary from the standpoint of the scale we're talking about. Context, Southern California bight, roughly 94,000 square kilometers. And so we're saying 25% of that is impaired. We've never talked before about anything in front of the State Water Resources Control Board where we're looking at impairment literally in the thousands of square kilometers. So that's where the scope and scale and urgency really comes in here. Now, what are the actual impacts? You've heard about pteropod dissolution. Nina Benarsik, Dr. Nina Benarsik, was the one who did the seminal work on that as the PI. She also used to work for SWRCB as well as NOAA. She did seminal work on Dungeness crab larvae as well. I want to let you know that showed that dissolution is happening without larvae today. Why does that matter so much? Because just a reminder, that is the number 1 or number 2 fishery in the state of California at any given time, rotating back and forth with California market squid. On the hypoxia side, you heard about the northern anchovy, not the most oxygen limited species. In fact, the 75th percentile when it comes to oxygen sensitivity. And the metabolic index, which is a combination of dissolved oxygen and temperature, et cetera, is what was discussed there. Of course, it's hugely important as a forage fish. So the potential impacts to fisheries, marine life, those that consume fish that are with habitat impingement and compression are obviously a big concern there. As a reminder, the beneficial uses in the ocean are biological habitats of special significance, fisheries, cold water, aquaculture, et cetera, and all of those are potentially at risk from OAH. You've heard about the doubling of nutrient loads coming from anthropogenic sources, predominantly. We have 23 POTWs, 19 different outfalls, and 4 POTWs are by far the biggest sources of nutrients to the actual, trying to look at how much time I have left. I'm not seeing, minute 49, got it. All right, so jumping to conclusion here. In addition, Dick Feely up at NOAA has done some work on North Coast and Oregon cruises and has also found even in areas where you don't have anthropogenic sources, you can still have OAH. And so this gets us down to the solution phase and the work that we've been talking about here, which is what can occur right now is to go to advanced treatment with nitrification, denitrification. We're seeing that the city of Los Angeles with Operation Next and LA County Sanitation Districts and MWD with Pure Water Southern California, they're moving in that direction. And we're talking about roughly 3 to 5 milligrams per liter of dissolved inorganic nitrogen. That would make a huge difference, as we've seen in the research that the research team has put together, that when we see the largest reductions in dissolved inorganic nitrogen, it makes a very big difference in that regard. And so the other potential solution in my last 40 seconds, which is really important, is looking at best available control technology sort of requirements, which is to go to advanced treatment for our coastal treatment plants. We need the recycled water. We're clearly not meeting our targets in the recycled water policy. We're like halfway there, for crying out loud. So I don't need to convince this board of the water recycling benefits of that. But the same way that we've seen full secondary treatment under the Clean Water Act, that we've seen once through cooling here at this board, the State Water Resources Control Board, where the use of best available control technology was the key to actually moving forward and solving an ocean pollution problem, or in the case of loss of impingement and entrainment of larvae and fish for coastal power plants. That's what we need here, is that sort of bold action to deal with this issue. We don't want to look back at this moment and say we could have done this and we didn't do the job. And I'm very, very fearful that we'd be building these large advanced treatment recycling plants for the three areas, San Diego and 2 in LA County, and not actually do the nitrification, denitrification necessary to protect the marine environment. And right now, just to let you know, San Diego is not using that step. So I'd be concerned there as well, and Orange County never really did. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and glad to answer any questions.
Just really thank you. I appreciate the clarity of your comments, Mr. Gold, and it's really good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Great, thank you. Nothing to add to that. Sean Bothwell, good to see you.
Morning, board members. My name is Sean Bothwell. I'm the Executive Director for California Coastkeeper Alliance. I wanted to start by underscoring something Ms. Eckerly said at the top of this presentation, which is that this science is state-of-the-art and it really is a world model that people are following. The very best scientists in the world are responsible for the research that you've heard here today. But I don't think the presentation fully captured the amount of urgency and timeliness that we need to act. And I really appreciate Member Firestone's questions and the responses by Ms. Eckerly and Mr. Bishop as to just the significant impact that this research has been demonstrating. And to echo what Dr. Gold said, you know, these findings aren't new. I've been following this project for years now. In fact, it was definitely pre-COVID because I remember being in person when these conclusions were coming out and the POTWs were acknowledging, yes, we are responsible for what is going on. And the issue is with each update that I hear, the science gets more alarming and the need to act becomes more urgent. For several years now, I've been imploring the State Water Board, or the state in general actually, to act on this issue. In the Ocean Plan Triennial Review, this was our top priority that we wanted to see the State Water Board address. And every year in your annual priorities, this is something I raise as a huge concern that we need to start tackling. I want to touch on the modeling for a second because it's not unusual for us to use models to inform our policy making. We use models all the time to address water quality issues. And to be honest, I wish that the amount of rigor and investment that has been put into this project was put into other models that we readily rely upon in our regulatory structure. Just take RAAs in the stormwater context. I wish that even an ounce of this rigor was put into those models. Yet some of those that want us to slow down or not take action at all are continuing to ask for additional research and additional research. And we can't study this issue to death. As you've heard here today, the time has come for the State Water Board to act. Water Code Section 13241 creates a duty to establish water quality objectives to protect the reasonable uses of beneficial uses. And as we've heard here today, the best science is showing that habitat compression is occurring due to reduced oxygen and pH. And because of this science, the State Water Board needs to act to begin to set water quality objectives without an unreasonable delay. There are numerous beneficial uses in the ocean plan that are being impacted by ocean acidification and hypoxia. Just some of them: commercial and sport fishing, mariculture, preservation and enhancement of ASBS, marine habitat, fish migration, fish spawning, and shellfish harvesting. And there are objectives in the ocean plan for pH and dissolved oxygen, but I think everyone will admit those are outdated and unfit to protect our coast from ocean acidification and hypoxia hotspots. So my first recommendation is for the State Water Board to begin immediately developing technology-based effluent limits to address ocean acidification hotspots. As Dr. Gold mentioned, we can start setting standards now for nitrification and denitrification as the best available control technology. The best example we can give is the once-through cooling policy and the interpretation of 316B, where this State Water Board set a best available control technology standard, and that standard could be met by either doing wet cooling towers or by doing a combination of other control technologies to achieve that. And I think that was a discussion earlier today that actually Chair Escobar started, that there are emerging technologies, and the Clean Water Act is a technology forcing statute. And that's what we need here, is to set a technology standard now, because we know that there's impacts now, and have folks force technology to meet that standard. And we have the technology now to meet that standard. Second, while we're developing that and while we're validating the models, or after we validated the models, then develop a water quality objective. I realize that the model is just a model, but it's based on best available data now. It uses best available data, and we should rely upon that model to set a water quality standard as soon as practicable. And then lastly, there's been a lot of talk about water recycling, which, as you all know, we're very supportive of, particularly ocean wastewater discharges. But I would recommend, and I've said this before at our priorities meetings in the past, and we've discussed it today, the SRF needs to require that for federal and state funding, that we start putting nitrification and denitrification into our project planning and require those investments. As Chair Esquivel said, the decisions we're making now are generational investments. And if we're going to be prioritizing water recycling in our water supply portfolio, particularly with DPR coming online or the regulations being adopted later this year, it is imperative that we ensure that while we invest in water recycling, we're also investing in controlling the pollution that's coming from the concentrated brine so that we can prevent ocean acidification hotspots. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Bothwell. Appreciate it, and the good suggestions there. Certainly a lot to consider as we move forward. And that does bring us, that concludes our speakers today. So with that, I want to turn back to our board members and see if there are any closing thoughts, comments, questions.
I did want to make one closing comment that I should have made after Ms. Baylor spoke, which is that she was talking about the refinements to the model for an individual discharger. And I think that's totally appropriate in the future, that folks ought to be looking at their contribution in their discharge. But the model wasn't designed to do that at this level for the bite. It was meant to look at the bite in general. And as folks move forward and consider management actions, I think it's appropriate for them to work with SWRCB and work with the modeling team to look at downscaling to their individual discharge. I don't think that it would be doable or appropriate for every discharge to do that, for SWRCB to do that, or for us to do that, or OPC to do that for every discharge along the coast. But as they are looking at management options, I think that makes perfect sense. And so just wanted to bring that up, that the model's there and then can be utilized in multiple ways. And one way is to look at the actual impacts of one discharge and what their contribution is.
Thank you for that clarification. Chair Esquivel, it looks like your hand is up. Would you like to?
I just want to say thanks to everybody. I know this isn't a decision point for the board, but I think want to say very clearly from me, there is enough data to act. And I think that what is still of question, though, is how exactly to act. But I think that it's clear we have to act in this space. And whether it's the IPCC or just the amount of data we all collectively have to really understand here that human activities have an impact, and that we have within our control here something, even as the planet warms. And we know that we will have already we already have change conditions. They will continue to change. Some of that we can't have direct control over here at the board. But there are ways in which our regulatory programs can adapt to this century, can be drivers of the necessary action that I think I see clearly here amongst what are, I know, a lot of priorities of the board. This isn't a well-resourced area for us. It is with the good cooperation of CASA, the wastewater treatment plant operators, their ingenuity, their leadership, that we're all doing this together. So I just look forward to further discussion in that vein.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll echo that, and thanks. And also just, I think this is certainly an eye-opener to me in terms of the potential for us to be able to address these impacts through things that we can do, and the urgency around that. I would agree that standards take time. We are, I think, have said in our strategic priority setting that nutrients and both ocean acidification and the inland waterways biostimulatory policy are a major priority. Certainly, I think that needs to continue, and we can't wait for that full standard process before looking at what we can do as we are investing in, again, with the funding that we have, these critical infrastructure around water recycling and upgrades to wastewater treatment plants. So I appreciate staff's looking at what we can do to take advantage of the funding now. I think there's a separate process that's the appropriate and useful time to really dig into the specific ways we might address that with the SRF in terms of priority setting. But certainly for me, I think I can't imagine why we wouldn't want to put some of the funding that we have now to be able to understand the feasibility of addressing the nutrient loading that would be able to be mitigated with the investments we're making in state and federal funding. So however that's done in terms of the SRF policy, as we discuss that separately, I do think we need to make sure that we're investing our funding in helping us identify what's feasible and how we can mitigate that for the projects that we're funding. And then just, it does, just some takeaways for me. I've been able to be involved with the regional boards and Cali PA on some of the cross-border water quality issues. I'm really interested to hear what you continue to understand about that. Obviously, it's a major water quality concern on our coast, but there's a lot of different ways to be looking at how we might be able to mitigate that, and federal and binational efforts on that. So just, look forward to understanding more what kinds of investments and management actions could be done there. And then just, again, for me, the priorities are really around, as you continue to improve the model and understanding and peer review and all of that, which is critical. But really, for me as a policymaker, looking at how can we look at what management actions will make a difference, and especially looking at the major sources that we're seeing, and where there may be more capacity to put in nitrification, denitrification than maybe some of the really small ones that may have more of an affordability issue. And then, lastly, just it does seem to me this is ripe for, as we look on the regulatory side, for investigation around best available technology approaches. And so look forward to hearing, future discussions as we delve into a lot of these challenges. But I do appreciate having this space now to understand what we do know, what we're learning more about, and put this more squarely in front of us in terms of what we can do now.
Yes, thank you, board member. I agree with you on a lot of what you shared there. And so I don't want to dissuade anyone from thinking that I'm not alarmed by what we're seeing. It is concerning, and it is something that I do feel strongly that we as a board need to take proactive steps on. What I'm struggling with, and like the reason I said that I'm trying to understand what we're seeing and the relative level of alarm that I should be feeling, is because we do have these different tools. We have these knobs that we can turn, whether it's incentivizing studying, the work that might need to be done, or what's possible at different wastewater discharges, whether it's requiring that through best available technologies, and how we balance those different options that we have, I think is something that I'm trying to still wrap my arms around a bit. But certainly I can see and feel the urgency and the need to act decisively, as quickly as possible. What that looks like, I'm not sure, but the
The part about the standards and the setting of water quality objectives, I understand and certainly appreciate, having been on the board for 4 years, that these do take time and they're complicated. They're controversial for a reason, because they set expectations for what permittees need to do, which is what we're talking about today. So I guess, my challenge back might be to get a better sense for what that timeline and process does look like. What is the work that needs to happen to get to that point of having objectives that we can implement as a board? Because I think that's, a key policy area for me. Usually I'm most comfortable when we have those objectives and we're finding and devising solutions to meet them. And so here we're feeling the need to act, but the process may need to play a little bit of catch up. And I just would like to be as clear as possible with the public, with stakeholders, what that process looks like. I do think to the toxicity provisions, and I believe that took somewhere on the order of 17 years, if memory serves, to get that across the finish line. And I would really like to avoid that, in this case. But I know that we can't snap our fingers and, have the objectives tomorrow. Somewhere in the middle seems to make sense. So just not necessarily, I'm Karen Mogus here, not necessarily looking for it today, that answer, if you don't have it, but sometime in the near future, if we could articulate the next steps, that'd be appreciated.
Well, I'll just point you to our policies and permits table that comes through in the executive director's report. Does have some projections for timelines for both projects, the Ocean Plan Amendment, which is in much more nascent stages than the BioStem project that Board Member Firestone mentioned. We're looking at a 2025 timeframe, and I'm going to go in this direction. Rebecca is nodding her head. So off the top of my head, a 2025 timeframe. That's going to be predicated on active engagement from our stakeholders and regional boards and stakeholders on both sides of the issues. And so just as we get closer, it gets harder. And we have more to do, it seems, that we don't anticipate now. So just recognizing that the more you guys can assist us in greasing those skids, it would be very helpful, and we can shoot for 2025.
I appreciate that follow-up and look forward to talking through that more as we go forward here. So unless there's any further comments, I think that does bring us to a close for this item. Thank you all so much. Great presentations. And it also, I'm practicing here today, in case you haven't noticed, on managing a meeting, so bear with me. I failed to give us a break this morning, and I apologize for that. But it is lunchtime, so let's take a 45-minute lunch. And let's see, where does that put us? Let's just come back at 12:50, if that works for everyone, and we'll pick up from here. Thank you very much.
Hey, Jonathan?
Oh, I know. It takes a while.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope you all had a good and refreshing lunch and ready to pick up again with item number 3. So this is a public hearing on the draft 2024 Clean Water Act, Section 303D, impaired water body listing recommendations. And I have a brief opening statement to read, and then I will pass it off for the staff presentation. So, welcome to this public hearing to receive oral comments on the draft Clean Water Act, Section 303D list of impaired waters for the 2024 California Integrated Report. This hearing is being held in accordance with the public notice dated February 3rd, 2023. The State Water Board will not take formal action today. Your comments are being recorded, and staff will prepare and circulate a written response to both the oral comments that we received today and the written comments that we receive on or before April 3rd. We will have a presentation by Anna Maria Saenz, followed by public comments. With that, I will hand it over to Anna Maria. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. As you mentioned, my name is Anna Maria Saenz, and I'm a senior environmental scientist with the Assessment Policy and Process Unit. My unit, along with the Assessment Tools and Support Unit, led by Lori Weber here at my left, and the staff at the regional water boards are charged with the development of the 303D list. I'd also like to thank Celine Udasco on my team, who is the lead staff person for the public process portion of this project. Also with me here today is Rebecca Fitzgerald, the chief of the Standards and Assessment section of the Division of Water Quality. And then virtually joining us on the Zoom, we have Stacy Gillespie from our Office of Chief Counsel, who helps us with this project. There are also a number of regional board representatives on the line who are available to answer questions should we need to ask them. And as you mentioned, the purpose of this item is to receive oral comments on the proposed 303D list portion of the 2024 integrated report. Next slide. During today's presentation, I will provide a short overview of the integrated report, a summary of the proposed 303D list. Then I want to highlight a few assessment strategies before I talk about some important dates and next steps. Then we can answer any questions and hear any comments that the public might have. The integrated report consists of 2 parts, the 303D list of impaired water bodies and the 305B condition report. Both are prepared to meet the requirements of the Clean Water Act. The 303D list identifies waters that do not meet applicable water quality standards by pollutant type, meaning the beneficial uses that are applicable to a water body are impaired. Federal law requires that the 303D list is approved by the US EPA, and in California, the state board's adoption of the 303D list serves as a recommendation to the US EPA. The Water Quality Control Policy for developing California's Clean Water Act Section 303D list, or listing policy, is the statewide policy that lays out the standard approach for how we develop the 303D list. The 305B report informs the overall condition of surface water quality. It is submitted to the US EPA, and they compile reports from all the states into the National Water Quality Inventory report that's submitted to Congress. Neither the state board nor the US EPA takes formal approval action on the 305B report. Therefore, there's no formal obligation to respond to comments on that condition report. Data and information used to inform the integrated report was solicited through a formal data solicitation process, and data that was submitted through that process was gathered, evaluated, and if appropriate, assessed to inform condition category placement or a listing recommendation. Next slide. This slide displays how water bodies are categorized once a water body once a water quality assessment is complete. Category 1 indicates that at least one core beneficial use is supported and no beneficial uses are known to be impaired. Categories 2 and 3 indicate that there is insufficient data and information to determine beneficial use support. However, Category 3 indicates that beneficial uses may be threatened. Category 3 is often referred to as what we call the watch list. Water bodies placed in Category 4 are those where at least one beneficial use is not supported, but a total maximum daily load, or a TMDL, is not needed. A TMDL is not needed because one has already been developed and approved by the US EPA. Those water bodies are placed in Category 4A, or there's another regulatory program in place that's expected to result in attainment of water quality standards within a reasonable time frame, and those water bodies are placed in Category 4B. 4C indicates that the non-attainment of water quality standards is the result of pollution and not caused by a pollutant. Water bodies placed in Category 5 are for waters where at least one beneficial use is not supported and a TMDL is needed to address that impairment. Water bodies placed in Categories 4A, 4B, and 5 are considered impaired and constitute the 303D list. I'd also want to note that the State Water Board's integrated report condition categories are assigned at the water body level. The State Water Board database aggregates the individual water body pollutant combinations for all pollutants assessed in that water body and assigns a condition category to the water body as described on this slide. Next slide, please. The 303D list is an informational document which communicates when water quality standards are not attained. It does not by itself directly establish new regulatory requirements. The 303D list may be used to inform separate actions that involve public participation, analysis of environmental impacts, and environmental justice impacts. For example, a listing may trigger in a separate action the development of cleanup efforts, a TMDL, or other restoration actions. Data and information used in water quality assessments may be used to inform the consideration of standards actions. For example, an objective used to assess attainment may be overly restrictive or not restrictive enough to protect beneficial uses. The water quality control policy for addressing impaired waters states that if the failure to attain standards is due to the fact that the applicable standard is not appropriate, an appropriate regulatory response is to correct that standard. If a new standard is adopted, data and information will be reassessed and compared to the new standard, and a new listing recommendation is proposed if appropriate. The fact of a listing and the data used to support the listing may be used to inform permit development and determining reasonable potential and evaluating whether effluent limitations are appropriate. However, it's important to note that the water boards cannot use the fact of a listing to conclude that there is no assimilative capacity for the listed pollutant in the water body. Finally, the fact of a listing and the data used for the listing may be used to inform monitoring and source analysis study requirements. Next slide. For the 2024 integrated report, data received prior to the October 16th, 2020 data solicitation cutoff date from water bodies within the San Francisco Bay, Los Angeles, and Santa Ana regional water boards were considered. Additionally, data from water bodies in the Central Coast, San Diego, and Central Valley regional water boards were included as high priority data sets. In the Central Valley, that encompassed the Sacramento River watershed. Before I move on, I'd like to take the opportunity to note that although the State Water Board is administering the public process to facilitate the final approval of the integrated report, the report was developed with the regional boards. Staff at the regional boards contributed to all tasks needed to develop the integrated report, including water quality assessments and contributions to the development of the staff report that was released to the public. We also will work closely together to consider comments received and to develop a response to comments document. Next slide. This table summarizes and compares statistics across multiple integrated report cycles. For the 2024 integrated report, Water Board staff evaluated over 5.3 million rows of data. With almost 100,000 lines of evidence, this resulted in the development of over 20,000 water quality assessments for 1,500 water bodies. I would like to also acknowledge and congratulate staff at the state and regional water boards on the tremendous accomplishment to assemble, evaluate, and assess all this data. And I'd also like to thank our data providers. This would not have been possible without your contributions and coordination. Next slide. This is an overview on how the integrated report is organized and where to find information. A summary of the 2024 integrated report, including methods on how we organize, evaluate, and assess data, is provided in the staff report. We've also included a section that describes assessment methodologies that apply statewide, and region-specific sections describe unique assessment methodologies and regional board TMDL prioritization processes. Additionally, more information can be found on the Surface Water Quality Assessment website. That includes the 303D list, which is presented as Appendix A and is also an Excel download. Appendix B and B1 are the water body fact sheets. This is a report with all the decisions and lines of evidence for a water body pollutant combination. And then also there's a map and visualization tool, which is a web-based mapping application developed to graphically display water bodies assessed in the 2024 integrated report, in addition to water bodies assessed in all previous integrated reports. Layers used in this mapping application can be downloaded as shapefiles for the public to use. I'd also like to note that thanks to the State Water Board's web support team, just yesterday we released a revised web page. Members of the public can now more easily access information about the integrated report, including anticipated process dates for the 2024 report, as well as the 2026 integrated report, which we are working on concurrently. Next slide. This table shows the number of listing recommendations and the totals from the previous integrated report. The first column shows the total number of impairments is approved in the 2020-2022 report. The second and third columns contain a count of recommended new listing and delisting recommendations. And then the last column includes the total number of listings for the 2024 integrated report if all recommendations are adopted. The rows contrasted in dark green highlight the regions that conducted on-cycle assessments, and the light green are those that completed off-cycle assessments. Next slide. This slide breaks down listing recommendations by pollutant type. As you can see, the majority of the listing recommendations are for pesticides and metals, followed by bacteria and pathogens. We infer that the main reason why we are seeing an increase in listings as shown here is that there is an increase in data available for this cycle across all the on-cycle regions. For example, 228 of the 290 new pesticide listings are in the Los Angeles region. This increases because there are new sources of data and information from data providers, particularly from publicly owned treatment works. Next slide. In contrast, this slide shows delisting recommendations by pollutant type. As you can see, the majority of the delisting recommendations are for pesticides. 23 out of 31 pesticide delistings are within the Central Valley region. This can be attributed to the irrigated lands regulatory program and pesticide management plans that have been put into place. This slide and the previous one summarize the draft recommendations that were released to the public. Those numbers may change as we continue to navigate the public process and consider comments received. Next, I'd like to highlight some assessment methodologies that are unique to this cycle. Next slide. First is benthic community effects, which are assessments assessments are used to evaluate macroinvertebrate ecosystem health and pollutant data. The listing policy requires a demonstration that a pollutant is associated with degraded biology or potentially causes degraded biology. In previous integrated reports, a water body was placed on the 303D list if data showed that a water body was degraded, meaning there was a California Stream Index score lower than 0.79, and there was also at least one pollutant impairment for that same water body. During the public process for the 2020-2022 integrated report, we heard stakeholder concerns about how we are categorizing water bodies with these data types. We heard there is a need for a stronger association that the pollutant or pollutants are the cause of the poor biology, or the poor biology may also be caused by pollution before recommending that a water body is placed on the 303D list. For the 2024 integrated report, staff recommend placing these water bodies in category 3, indicating there is insufficient data and information to make a beneficial use determination, but that data and information indicate that the beneficial use may be threatened. This is an interim solution until we can inform our decision-making process and provide guidance to staff who may consider how or if pollutants or pollution impact biological communities prior to conducting assessments for the 2026 integrated report. Essentially, we are aiming to inform how and when it's appropriate to associate a pollutant or pollutants with biological degradation. I should note here that there have been no changes to assessments completed in previous integrated reports. However, we will consider how to address those previous listings as we work to refine our decision-making process. Next slide. Data from water bodies in the San Francisco Bay, Los Angeles, Santa Ana, and Central Coast regions were assessed to determine if the marine habitat beneficial use is impaired due to ocean acidification. This is the first time we've included ocean acidification assessments in the integrated report. Aragonite saturation state data were assessed to see if there are lower levels of omega aragonite that result in the dissolution of shell species and a loss of marine life. A threshold below 1.4 indicates a water body may be threatened. As a result of these assessments, staff recommend placing 14 water bodies in category 2, indicating aragonite saturation state data show waters attain the threshold but there is insufficient data and information to determine beneficial use support. A segment of the Pacific Ocean off the coast of Marin County is recommended to be placed in Category 3, also meaning that there is not enough data and information, but the water body may potentially be threatened. I'd like to remind the audience that placement of water bodies in Category 3 informs the 305B condition report, and they are not recommended for placement on the 303D list. We are not confident in recommending water bodies should be listed as impaired at this time, even when data do not attain the aragonite threshold, because we are not certain the data truly reflects water body conditions. We would like to better understand how aragonite levels vary across different ocean depths and how they are influenced by seasonal upwelling. Additionally, as we heard earlier today from SWRCB, they are working on the Romsbeck model. This Romsbeck model was not used in the 2024 integrated report because it has not yet completed the peer review process, which means it does not meet our listing policy requirements. However, we may consider using it in future integrated report assessments. Next slide. Similarly to ocean acidification, the 2024 integrated report includes new assessments for microplastics. Data was assessed to determine if marine habitat and estuarine habitat beneficial uses are impaired. Beneficial uses are impacted when there are more than or equal to 5 microplastics particles per liter, indicating that there is a food dilution effect that limits growth and survival of aquatic life. Data from 7 segments in the San Francisco Bay and the Pacific Ocean were assessed. Assessments resulted in the recommendation to place 4 water bodies in Category 2 and 3 water bodies into Category 3. For microplastics, water board staff need more certainty in the available threshold value and the data submitted before we can recommend that a water body is listed as impaired or determine that a water body's beneficial use is fully attained. Next slide. Since the release of the draft 2024 integrated report to the public, staff have identified some adjustments that need to be considered. Before I describe this issue, I just want to highlight that staff at the state and regional water boards are committed to continuous improvement. And now that we have the staff resources and the ability to update our data systems, we anticipate finding decisions that will need to be updated and corrected. I'm elevating this here to draw attention to the topic and invite further reflection on these assessments during the public comment period. For assessments conducted in the Los Angeles River, Reach 4, for ammonia, staff identified that there was an inconsistency with how data fields were populated within our data system. One data set was evaluated in 2016 and the other in 2024. This was inadvertently overlooked and the LOEs were evaluated separately when they should have been included in the same assessment. Additionally, our data system indicates that the US EPA criteria for ammonia was applied rather than the site-specific ammonia objective for Reach 4 in the LA River. Additionally, staff have identified that there is a mistake in how pollutants were named in our data system for some decisions also within the Los Angeles region. This is likely due to how older data were translated to our newer data system. And staff are looking into this to see what or if there will be an adjusted listing recommendation. Next slide. I'd also like to summarize some assessment corrections that were completed, that were identified during the adoption process for the 2020-2022 integrated report. Aluminum data for water bodies were reassessed using the 2018 US EPA aquatic life criteria. As recommended in the criteria, we calculated attainment by considering water chemistry parameters that are known to alter toxicity of aluminum by affecting bioavailability. pH, dissolved organic carbon, and hardness data that was gathered from water bodies concurrently with aluminum data were considered first. And if those data were not available, we applied default values that were provided by US EPA. Data from water bodies within the North Coast, Lahontan, and Colorado River Basin regions will be reassessed when those regions are on cycle in the 2026 integrated report. Staff also remediated issues associated with data stations that were inadvertently mismapped due to an error in the National Water Quality Monitoring Portal. Monitoring stations and LOEs were moved to the correct water body, and staff revised over 750 listing recommendations. While staff have been able to complete an immense amount of work, we still have some tasks to complete in future cycles. Specifically, we plan to assess pesticide data and revise chloride assessments for water bodies within the Central Valley region. In order to accurately correct these issues, staff need to first complete Delta remapping project to ensure that assessments in the Delta appropriately represent water quality conditions. Detailed information about each of these topics are outlined in our staff report if anyone is interested. We continue to expect that water bodies listed as impaired associated with one of these errors that have not yet been resolved will not be scheduled for TMDL development until they are corrected. In addition, we encourage regional water boards to use their discretion, to continue to use their discretion when appropriate in establishing permitting, monitoring, or data collection requirements. Next slide. On February 16th, we released the draft integrated report and associated staff report. This date marked the start of the public review and comment period. Comment letters will be accepted until April 3rd at noon. Instructions on how to submit those comment letters can be found in our public notice that's posted to our program's webpage as well as the state board's webpage. And then over the summer, staff will develop response to comments and release any recommended revisions to the public prior to asking the board to consider adoption next winter. Then we will submit to the US EPA on time no later than April 1st, 2024. Next slide. We're happy to take any questions, and we're also looking forward to hearing oral comments from the public. We'll be listening carefully to those comments, as you've already mentioned, and provide responses in our written response to comments document. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation. Appreciate it. And also the work, 5 million lines of data is no small amount of data. So I can only imagine the effort, and knowing that this is a 2-year cycle, that every 2 years you're moving through this update and updating the report. It's ongoing, and just appreciate all the time and effort spent in this. Any comments or questions at this point? Board Member Morgan.
So, definitely looking forward to, comments from the stakeholders. I just wanted to just thank you guys for, as Board Member McGuire just said, it's a heavy lift. It's a lot of work, a lot of lines of data. And, you guys really have been taking a look at this and how to, I'm going to say, improve the process. How do you make this process more, I'm going to call it streamlined, but just really how do you bring it in, make it move through all of those lines of data. And then also when, working with stakeholders, I just recall from last year of, learning through the process and then applying that to that year and then to the next year. And so just seeing that, and I want to recognize it, and then bringing on, regions for off cycle, and then going back and saying, hey, there was some mismapping, we recognize it. We encourage the regions to, use their discretion. And so just really working collaboratively with the regions and with stakeholders just to continuously improve this process so that these millions of lines of data, we can work through them and then keep ourselves on a good cycle and really just moving through this process and continuing to learn. So just really wanted to, recognize it and just say thank you for, just being open-minded and working through this and, just recognize that this is a heavy lift. It's a lot of work. It's moving quickly also. And, and then just throughout California with just different watersheds and different, a lot of different moving pieces to take into consideration. So thank you.
Great, thank you. I am not seeing any hands raised from our other virtual board members. So I will ask a question, and that is because I have ocean acidification on my mind today because of our really excellent item we had earlier this morning and all the information I learned. So what I learned some more today, just now in your presentation, is about aragonite saturation. And that was a little bit of a different term than was used earlier this morning, where we spent quite a bit of time talking about algal biomass. We talked about habitat compression factors. So just wondering, did you look at those types of factors in assessing the listing cycle? Because I noticed, aragonite saturation is just not one that we talked about this morning. So could you speak to how do you approach that for ocean
Yeah.
acidification?
Absolutely. So with this integrated report cycle, the metric that we really did look at was aragonite. And aragonite it is kind of a measure of calcium carbonate. It's kind of a different state of calcium carbonate that it's a calculation based on a few different components that really kind of give you a measure of the biological impact potentially of shell dissolution on pteropods and some of those other slides that you saw this morning. So it is a metric that we're using to measure acidity. So when you heard Dr. Satulis talk this morning, when she was talking about the acidity piece, a lot of that metric I think she was referring to is the aragonite saturation state. And that is some data that we have been able to pull from some data that were collected by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration and some other data sources from some cruises off of our coast. And we did not, however, include habitat compression or the habitat squeeze that we heard this morning, or really the DO piece. We were really just looking at the acidity aragonite saturation piece. In part because that's what the data have. We have some usable thresholds that have gone into what also the ROMSPEC model is using to kind of look at impacts. But we don't yet have I believe, the published work that is resulting from the ROMSPEC model on the habitat compression. That's some of the papers that have recently been submitted for consideration, but they're not published yet. So when we were kind of talking about what we may use that model for in the future, we may use some of their habitat compression data in the future and potentially consider it as a line of evidence in the integrated report that could lead to some of those water bodies being listed for then OAH or something along those lines. Does that help?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Thank you very much. Kind of putting the pieces together of what I know is a very, very complex puzzle when you're looking at ocean conditions and what the impacts that we're really seeing out there. So appreciate that.
I would like to just add for your aragonite saturation is likely to be a measure of receiving water quality for ocean acidification. That's the most agreed upon measure that the ocean scientists use now. You can imagine pH is the direct measure, but the daily fluctuation in pH is very large, and it makes it very hard to use that as a standard for water quality. So the consensus seems to be centering around aragonite saturation. So you'll hear more about that in the future. I believe that Martha left that detail out of the discussion because it was getting very technical, and you'd have to get into discussion of what that actually means and what that ratio is, and it gets pretty complex pretty quickly.
Appreciate that. Although it did come up just now, so I had to ask.
Should have had her cover it.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands raised, so we can go to our commenters. And we do have a number of, I think, about 13 commenters today on this. So unlike this morning, there are some repeat commenters, so I'm going to be a little bit more firm on the timeline. The time for each commenter, we will go back to 5 minutes, which is our traditional timeline, and please try and stick to that as best as you can. So we can keep on schedule for today. Thank you. So our first commenter is James Christian, and that will be followed by Jared Voskel and then Annalisa Mo. Hello.
This is Jim Christian. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hello.
Good. Thank you. So we've got slide 1 up. Good. I'm Jim Christian, representing the on-site wastewater residents of the Russian River, which is a group of homeowners along the main stem of the Russian River, where almost all swimmer recreation in the Russian River actually occurs. And we represent, or our communities represent, the bulk of the septic-served legacy communities, as opposed to the sewered communities. The bulk of the Russian River residents are served by sewer, but we are the collection of non-sewered legacy communities that for any variety of reasons were passed over. Today, I simply want to put in the record what we pointed out to staff recently, which is, in short, that the 303D listing of the Russian River is not supported by a correct analysis using the metric of E. coli, which superseded the prior metric of fecal coliform. And that using the correct analysis, the 303D list, well, the correct analysis needs to be done to determine if the 303D listing is supportable or not. Can we please get to slide 2? Oh, okay, so slide 2 states, and we've highlighted, that this is the first listing cycle for which fecal coliform was no longer considered a valid indicator. And that's simply not true. Can we please go to slide 3? In slide 3, we've highlighted in emphasis that the staff report talks about that their conclusion is based on staff findings, basically using fecal coliform. So, you know, we think that's it's not a quibbling about an obscure item. This is kind of the main event. The pathogen listing for the main stem of the Russian River is based on a 303D listing based on fecal coliform. It has not been updated, it has not been updated for E. coli. And the conclusion might change drastically if that were done. Now, the staff has plenty of data on this point already. If we can go to slide number 4. Maybe it's slide number 3. I'm sorry, I've got a paper document in front of me, and okay, so no, it's on slide number 4. But there is a table that the staff put together, and we have meant to send on to staff, which shows the calculated number of geomeans that were high in the summer season on the main stem of the Russian River in Fitch Mountain, Healdsburg, Summerhome Park, and the exceedances that would be required are much higher than what you actually have. And the same with the winter. So our conclusion is to ask the staff to, well, first to advise the board that the document in front of you is not supported by the current metric for pathogens for impairment of the Russian River, and that the 303D listing needs to be supported on the accurate metric, which is E. coli. I'll take any questions if you have them. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I'll just say that I know today is just a hearing, and there's a lot of information, and I know there's potentially a lot of different requests to reevaluate or reconsider different aspects of the draft recommendations. Sure. So thank you for your input. I do appreciate it. I'm looking to staff if they want to weigh in on this, but at the same time, I'm not necessarily expecting responses.
I can, if you would like, do a brief response. And Mr. Christian, thank you for the comment, for raising this. I think we would like to take the opportunity to clarify in the next version of the staff report that there is a unique situation with the Russian River and their bacteria assessment that goes back to the 2018 listing cycle, in which the board found to not make a change at that point in time until we were able to do a more in-depth and careful review of the bacteria data that were assessed for the Russian River. And there are both E. coli as well as enterococci data in that data set. So we want to clarify for this cycle, when we say we were no longer looking at fecal coliform or entero, that there is an exception for the Russian, and we do need to clarify that. Our plan is to look at those data as we work now on the 2026 cycle, which includes the North Coast region and the Russian River. So we are actively looking at that now as part of the 2026.
Thank you for that clarification. And thank you, Mr. Christian, for your comments today. I appreciate the input.
You're most welcome. Sure.
Great. So with that, we will go to Jared Voskuhl, followed by Annalisa Moe, and then Dr. Gary Aminu.
Hi, good afternoon. Jared Voskuhl on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. CASA represents 130 sanitation and agencies and municipalities that provide wastewater collection, treatment, recycling, and resource recovery. We are really appreciative to be back here on a second item today. It's really critical for our members, these listing determinations. And we just want to pause to first recognize all the work that went into the process last time. I think we were here about a year ago for adopting that 2022 report. And over that process, there were several items that we identified that we kind of sought for recategorization or changes. And in hearing what the board's done since that meeting to improve the process this time, we are confident that it is improving this process. And so we want to make sure we thank staff and recognize those. I think as a statewide organization, we try to engage on statewide matters, precedential ones for a listing policy. It hits a lot of our members individually, and we typically don't engage on that. We leave that to them because they're the experts on their agencies. But there were a few broader trends that our members have raised and highlighted for us that I wanted to bring to your attention. The first was with the last cycle, I think there might have been 1,000 new listings. With this cycle, there's something like 860 proposed. It's no easy feat for the board to generate that list, but simultaneously for stakeholders, it's a hard process to review it, provide comments to the board, and have a meaningful back and forth to make sure we settle on a space that there's mutual agreement on. So to that end, insofar as we could have any kind of second comment period on this listing cycle, that'd be very appreciated. I know we talked about a revised draft report in the wintertime. If we could have that before then or allow space between when that comes out and the board adoption hearing, that would be very appreciated from our members. So we allow that time. But I know that may be a challenge. And so maybe more forward looking towards 2028, when a lot of our members will be back in the listing cycle, there may be time now to plan in to have that type of additional review. We'd like to encourage the board to consider that. But also there's been a more fundamental change, which in the past when there was a listing, it started at the regional board and then it came up to the state board to review. And now that's turned upside down. I know there's regional board involvement, but it starts at the state board through this kind of computer algorithm process. And then they bring in, as I understand it, the regional boards for engagement. What I've heard from a lot of our members, they felt like if there had been engagement for that specific listing with the regional board maybe has already determined a course forward on how to deal with an impairment or a water body that is under attention. And so there may be ways, we were hopeful to bring back in that step of regional board involvement. So if it was something as simple as packing in 3 additional months into the call for data solicitation and that review to get that regional board input before the board puts out its first draft. If it was formal, that'd be ideal, but even if it was informal, I think our folks would feel better about landing at solutions or TMDLs that are going to be achievable and feasible. Beyond those two kind of broader comments about process, I just want to note the two that were new this time, which is ocean acidification and microplastics. In the case of ocean acidification, we just had a whole hearing on this, but just to reiterate, the model's currently predicting that the water offshore west of the Catalina Islands might be impaired for about 25% of that for 3 months out of the year. I have to say, initially when this item's come up, it was talk of ocean acidification hotspots. You would naturally think that would be near an ocean outfall, but what the results were showing was not hotspots. It was more of these kind of regional impacts. And so for our member agencies, we want to see a clear nexus between that offshore impact with the nutrient discharge. And I think the concern there is there's correlation that needs to be identified of are these even correlated, and then there's causation of this outfall's contribution is driving this impact. I think that work's being done to date, and I think there's more work kind of showing that causal linkage. But so as to say, it's an important point for us before we pursue a TMDL for a nutrient. And I also think it's important insofar as the model's making predictions to make sure we have the right information into the inputs so that the outputs are ones that reflect the conditions at the time. The last comment is just with regards to microplastics. And just as a point of information, the National Academy of Sciences published a report in 2021 noting 80% of the microplastic pollution they found in aquatic waters derived from macroplastics. So essentially, only 20% of microplastics in the water are pure microplastics. The rest is coming from litter, garbage, degrading. Insofar as we're trying to get a grip on how do we handle microplastic pollution, a TMDL, there may be limited applicability to a TMDL if you're having to deal with large trash that's really causing a lot of that. And so insofar as the state's identifying solutions, we want to highlight that the litter strategy is an important one for microplastics, just as well as a prospective TMDL. With that, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voskuhl, for your comments and participation in this. Board Member Firestone, do you have a question?
Thanks. Just one follow-up on the ocean acidification discussions that we've had back and forth a little bit is, so are there data sets from monitoring on some of those other, whether it's, some of the other indicators that were used and analyzed in the modeling in terms of, I guess, verification? I'm not using the right term, but that we aren't integrating into our integrated report data sets at this point? Are there ones that, we talked about different federal and agencies and other studies collecting? I'm just wondering if all of those are getting into our data sets that we use for this, or if we're, at this point, more limited.
I can answer that. At this point, it's a little more limited. The data that has been submitted to us through the formal data solicitation process through the Center of Biological Diversity, we unfortunately couldn't use because of data quality issues with that data. There was some corruption in the data set that was submitted, but because it had been so many integrated report cycles that data set was submitted, staff independently went to acquire that data from as Rebecca mentioned, the NOAA Cruise Line and the California Cooperative Ocean Fisheries Investigation, Applied California Current Ecosystems, as well as data that was collected through the BITE program. So I'm less familiar with how the data was collected for each of those programs, but I think it's largely outside of the monitoring data that we're referring to.
Thanks for the additional detail, Anna Maria. In other words, we looked at the data that were submitted to us for OA. We went out and did an additional data poll to try to find what is available right now for aragonite saturation in particular. There may be more data that are out there. There are certainly results of the Rums-Beck model that are out there that we haven't looked at yet within the context of the integrated report. So we will, knowing the importance of the issue, knowing that we're looking at it from a standards perspective as well, we're going to continue to try to ensure that we're getting all the data in. I wouldn't be surprised if there's more out there that we're not aware of.
Yeah, I think just, in addition to the modeling, there was, a number of monitoring data that it sounds like they were using to evaluate the model. And so and it wasn't just on aragonite, but there was a number of other criteria or measurements. So really, I guess this is less a question for this integrated report, but just more for how we're developing, ocean acidification is obviously an area we're moving forward and better evaluating. And so just looking for how that develops as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. All right. Next speaker is Annalisa Moe, who will be followed by Dr. Gary Amenu and Dr. Mark Gold.
All right, are you able to hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Perfect. Good afternoon, and hello again, board and staff. Once again, for the record, my name is Annalisa Moe, and I am speaking today on behalf of Hilda Bay. Hilda Bay will be submitting detailed written comments, so I'll keep my remarks brief this afternoon and plan to continue to work collaboratively with board staff throughout the 2024 integrated report process. First of all, we very much appreciate all of the work put into the integrated report. I know it's sort of never ending and a huge amount of data to go through every time we do this update. So a big thanks to the staff. We did see that there are a number of new listings for bacteria, as well as many new listings for pyrethroids, which now have standards associated with them. Now, it's never good news to hear that water bodies are impaired, but recognizing the impairment is the first step to addressing it. So we do support these new listings. We also did see some delistings for ammonia, one example being Bull Creek, which is a tributary into the LA River. And given the discussions that went on this morning concerning the impacts of nutrient loading on ocean acidification, we just want to be very wary of any delistings when it comes to nutrients in waterways that do feed directly into ocean waters. We also want to bring up a temperature TMDL for the LA River. In this one, temperature is considered a pollutant and is considered for the integrated report. But the water boards are not currently considering a TMDL for temperature in the LA River specifically until more research is done. And we just want to make sure that we've got a good plan in place to get the research done so that we can move forward with a TMDL and address that issue, particularly as the climate crisis continues, temperatures will rise. And so that's going to be happening now. And as the EPA is recognized as temperatures rise in water, other contamination issues actually get worse. So it's definitely an issue that can have a lot of impact on water quality and ecosystem health. Some other topics for discussion when it just comes to general considerations. One is around bioassessments, and we certainly support the current approach that allows for the listing of impairments with respect to bioassessment. But the current approach does not lend itself well to assessing modified channels. And in Los Angeles, we have quite a few channels that have been modified and channelized. So we also encourage the state board to consider other ways to approach a bioassessment, ones that would work for waterways that are that have been hydromodified, so that we can include LA waterways in that data collection process. I recently received an email from the board about using eDNA, and I'm very familiar with eDNA when it comes to ocean assessment and curious if it might be applicable for hydromodified freshwater as well. I also want to talk about ocean acidification and hypoxia. We talked about that a lot this morning, but the science is robust and clear that discharge of nutrients is contributing to the OAH impairment of ocean waters, particularly within the Southern California Bight. And as I mentioned this morning, we very much support the board pursuing this approach to addressing ocean acidification and hypoxia impairment through the integrated report process. It's definitely more of a long-term strategy, so we recommend doing this process simultaneous with additional immediate actions. But in terms of the long-term health of our oceans, going through this process of identifying where ocean acidification is impairing our waterways and identifying what we can do about it is incredibly important. So I thank the board for taking that into consideration during this round. Very quickly, I'll just mention noise pollution as a potential consideration for future rounds. I see Benjamin Harris is on the list, and I believe he will talk more about this later, so I'll save the time for him. But I just want to also note on that same line that light pollution is also something that we might want to look at as an actual pollutant rather than just considering it pollution. And then this conversation has come up multiple times when it comes to hydromodification as a source of pollution as well. Again, in Los Angeles, there are many modified channels, and it's difficult to know what, if anything, can be done about it. So considering it as an impairment would go a long way towards making the first steps to addressing it. Thank you very much for the time again, and I'm here if you have any questions.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Mo. I appreciate your comments on this, and especially your comments around the LA River. And it's a complicated river on its own, and it is indeed heavily modified and has a long legacy there. And we'll be interested to hear, not so much today, but going forward, what some of those solution sets look like for that river and addressing its various challenges. Next up is Dr. Gary Amenu, followed by Dr. Mark Gold and Benjamin Harris. Good afternoon.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Garamo Amenu. I'm a civil engineer with Los Angeles County Public Works. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. The County of Los Angeles shares the State Water Board's commitment to water quality and has spent over $1 billion over the last, give me a second. During the last 10 years implementing permit requirements and water quality improvements. My comments today focus on two primary concerns regarding the draft new 303D listing for the Los Angeles region. Our first concern is on the omission of non-seeding compatible data submitted to the State Water Board during the 2020 public solicitation process for the 2024 integrated report. On October 15, 2020, the Los Angeles County Public Works, on behalf of the County of Los Angeles and the Los Angeles County Flood Control District, submitted extensive data and summary analysis for over 40 water bodies within Los Angeles County. The data and the analysis support delisting of these water bodies as they have met both the applicable water quality standards and the status listing delisting criteria. In the same manner that new listings are added, it's also important to delist water bodies where water quality standards have been met. The county's 2020 data was uploaded to the State Water Board site by properly following the instructions given in the solicitation notice for the non-seeding compatible data at the time. The county has invested significant time and resources to compile, analyze, and submit this data. However, none of the data and analysis we submitted in 2020 has been considered in the preparation of the draft 2024 integrated report. We request that the State Board staff investigate this matter and make appropriate adjustments. Our second concern is regarding the listing of water bodies that are not in the Los Angeles Region Water Quality Control Plan or Basin Plan, including man-made small ponds fed by potable water, BMP facilities constructed to treat stormwater, flood control detention basins, and storm drains. Examples include the Alhambra Park Pond, Irvin Magic Johnson Park Ponds, Oxford Retention Basin, and Artesia Norwalk Drain, among others. These man-made facilities are not receiving waters and as such should not be listed. Many of these listings were erroneously made based on data collected at these facilities for purposes of BMP effectiveness assessment. Thus, we request them to be removed from the listings. We will submit written comment on this and other related concerns regarding the draft 2024 integrated report, and we look forward to your review and the response. This concludes my remark. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Aminu, for your comments. Appreciate your input today. I look forward to working with you on this. Dr. Mark Gold has decided he is not going to make comments on this item right now, so we're going to move forward to Benjamin Harris, followed by Paul Bedore, and then Rachel Gray.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Hi, great, thanks. Good afternoon. My name is Benjamin Harris. I'm the staff attorney at Los Angeles Waterkeeper. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today, and I appreciate the time and energy that staff has put in on this intensive integrated report process. I'm really pleased to see a lot of new listings recognized, and I want to, do whatever I can to help further the work of the State Board in, fully recognizing all the types of impairments that can be considered in these integrated reports. To that end, I first wanted to echo the comments from Annalisa earlier with Hilda Bay. I think she identified a lot of the concerns that we generally have about the types of listings that we'd want to see moving forward, and I can expand on that a little bit. I wanted to touch on 4 specific comments today. The first is one that we've raised in the past for sure, which is about the timing of these integrated reports. I'm pleased to see that this 2024 integrated report is on track to meet the April 1 requirement for the even years as required by the Clean Water Act and the Porter-Cologne Act. But there are still some concerns that LA Waterkeeper has about the timing of this entire process because of the uncertainty about off-cycle updates. As I think we all know, the state board goes through these integrated reports on a 3 region cycle. So every region seems to get updated every 3 integrated reports or every 6 years. The problem is that actually creates a 10-year lag time between the data that can be submitted and when that data is incorporated into an integrated report. For example, like the previous commenter from LA County indicated, there might be data submitted right after the closure of a submission deadline, say in 2020 for this year, but that won't be guaranteed to be incorporated until not this integrated report, but the next one, which, for the LA region would be 2030. And that's just simply too long of a timeline. I understand that there's so much, time and resources that goes into preparing these integrated reports, but I think what really, not to try to force the entire state to go through this process every 2 years, but what I think the solution might be is just a more clear policy of how to make off-cycle updates, what regions that are not being considered on cycle for any given integrated reporting year, what they're opening up their region to consider if they have a solicitation for a specific kind of data that they're already thinking about, or some recent data submission on CDIN kind of shows that there might be something that big that they want to take on. I think there should be more public notice about that and actually solicit data in the off-cycle years. And also the state board can do a really good job of providing more clear guidance on what data would be sufficient to warrant off-cycle considerations. I think just the possibility that data might be submitted right after the submission deadline for one integrated report and it won't get integrated for 10 years, I think that alone is just a huge concern. And so I would hope that there's a way to kind of rectify that at the state board level. The second comment I wanted to make is similar to the timing, but also about the type of data that can be submitted to the state board. We still have some concerns. We've commented about this before in the past, as well as the timing issue, but we have concerns about some of the barriers to, citizen science, the public submission of relevant data. There are very strict quality assurance requirements for CDIN, which makes sense for a lot of reasons. At the same time, I think it may be a little overly burdensome for some, citizen groups that are doing their own monitoring and sampling. And, I just want to make sure that there are opportunities to get that kind of data submitted and considered timely, and not having, any limitations on the CDIN system or any, issues that are flagged when data is being submitted, causing an additional 6 years of delay as to when that data might be considered. For example, we had a 2020 river assessment fieldwork team, or RAFT, report that LA Waterkeeper produced about doing citizen science in the LA River to identify types of species and animals that were being observed there. That, I think, final report finished right after the submission deadline for this integrated report. So with the 10-year lag time, we could try to submit it now, or we could have tried to submit it over the last few years, but there was no guarantee that that would be considered because of the potentially the citizen science nature of it, but also because of the timing. And so we just wanted to, advocate for some process that can allow that data to be considered sooner than the next update, which would be in 2030. The third issue I wanted to talk about, which Annalisa alluded to earlier, was the identification of hydromodified channels, or hydromodification, as an independent impairment, at least under category 4C. Being that it is an impairment due to pollution not caused by a specific pollutant. As we commented in 2021, along with the California Coastkeeper Alliance and other waterkeepers throughout the state, the EPA listing guidance from 2015 states that water bodies should be listed for hydrologic alterations or flow impairments, and they should be listed under category 4C. There are plenty of tools, if it's listed under 4C, it doesn't necessarily trigger a TMDL process. And there are plenty of tools available outside of a formal TMDL process to address those types of impairments. But I don't think it's sufficient to list those under category 3 at this time, when we know what the biological integrity impacts of hydromodified channels are. And on that note, I think, we've seen biological water quality objectives adopted in Region 9 in San Diego. LA Waterkeepers pushing for that to also be adopted in the Los Angeles region. But the mere fact that those water quality objectives exist show that biointegrity data, bioassessment data like the California Stream Condition Index, that it's sufficient to identify biological impairments and concerns in certain hydromodified waterways that would warrant listings under 4C. And I would hope that that would be something that can be expanded in the future to have that be as an independent listing, not something that's tied to a pollutant. I think that's kind of 4C says impairment due to pollution not caused by a pollutant, but in the future, I think we can even go further and identify hydromodified channels under Category 5 because just the mere fact alone of being a modified channel creates these biological impacts that can be assessed through the CSCI. And then the last thing I'll mention on this topic is the CSCI tool is not the only bioassessment tool out there at this point. Recently, we've seen the development of the Algal Stream Condition Index, or ASCI, and I think that's a really important tool that can help supplement the bioassessment evaluations in a lot of different waterways to verify that these waterways are impaired for biological integrity and should be listed under Category 5. So I just wanted to urge, again, the State Board to consider hydromodification as an independent impairment rather than connected to any pollutants. And then the last topic I wanted to speak to you very quickly, which...
Mr. Harris, just so you know, your time is up, but if you could just wrap up quickly, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, so sorry about that. I'll wrap up quickly. The last comment, as Annalisa previewed Annalisa earlier, the State Board must begin listing waterways for underwater noise pollution, particularly coastal environments. Underwater noise is similar to other pollutants because it affects the physical aquatic environment. It originates from a variety of sources, and it's well suited to be addressed via TMDL process and a load allocation or a noise allocation. Chronic noise pollution has been shown to have adverse impacts to the marine environment, to fish, to marine mammals, behavior, and health. NOAA has published an ocean noise strategy roadmap, which uses the Southern California Bight as a case study of chronic noise conditions in the ocean and their environmental impacts. So there's certainly sufficient data. These come from a variety of sources: commercial shipping vessels, seismic surveys, oil and gas operations. All of those can be well regulated via a TMDL and load allocation process. NOAA guidelines have different levels of what would be safe for different purposes. And I would just encourage you to look at that data. But we urge the State Board to do whatever it can to add Category 5 noise impairments to this integrated report for the LA region, and also to consider adding those noise impairments for all integrated reports moving forward. Thank you very much for your time. Apologies for going over.
That's okay. Thank you for the constructive comments. I really appreciate it. And, at least from my perspective, there were a number of good items there that I'd like to follow up at some point, but I will flag that it'll be helpful to better understand the process of the off-cycle listings and how those actually do come into play, because that resonated with me a bit in terms of understanding how that happens on all fronts, as we are now on schedule with the 2-year listing cycle, and folks are trying to get some certainty around when these processes will happen and when to engage, and also the comments about data coming available and then the long lag time before it could get considered again is something I'd like to know a little bit more about.
Let me see if I can help just a little bit. So we really let the regional boards take lead on determining if they're going to prioritize a particular data set and assess it off cycle. And there can be a variety of reasons that a regional board may really want to focus on a particular data set because we're hearing about it in public comment forums such as this, or we weren't able to, completely fix something. We had a few instances of that over the last 2 cycles now. So it's pretty an ad hoc self-directed process at the moment. I will say that I personally appreciate, Mr. Harris, your comments on, is there a way maybe we can give some more guidance around what might qualify as important enough to do an off-cycle assessment for it. That sort of resonated with me. Was there another part of that? I'm sorry.
I think you hit the main element. Okay, great. Thank you. So next we have Paul Bedore, who will be followed by Rachel Gray and Robin Yamada.
Morning. I'm Paul Bedore with Robertson Bryan Incorporated, and this morning I am providing comments on behalf of the cities of Stockton and the cities of Roseville. This afternoon, we're asking for the board to consider the type of aluminum measurements that are being used to newly list 61 water bodies statewide as impaired for exceedances of US EPA's 2018 aluminum criterion for the protection of freshwater aquatic life. So this is the first integrated report cycle, as we heard, where this criterion is being used. And so it is setting some precedent on how these listings will be conducted. So you can go on to the next slide. So aluminum is the third most abundant element in the Earth's crust. It's a primary component of rocks and soils and sediments. And so geology textbooks will tell you, and we'll cite this in our written comments, that the suspended solids that occur in the aquatic environment are largely composed of inert particulates that contain aluminum, so aluminosilicate minerals to be precise. These naturally and commonly occurring forms of aluminum are not toxic to aquatic life, though. Only dissolved forms of aluminum are toxic because they are so small that they can pass through the biological membranes of fish gills or other aquatic species. So only the dissolved forms of aluminum or readily soluble aluminum salts from which those dissolved species are derived, those compose the toxic pool of aluminum in a water body, not these common non-toxic particles. So the proposed decisions in question do not consider whether the aluminum concentrations in the measurements are in the toxic or non-toxic form. The measurements and the decisions come from two different types of testing. So for one, there are total aluminum measurements, and this is a measurement of all of the aluminum in a sample, whether it's from these inert particles, it's from soluble salts, or it's from dissolved aluminum species. So total aluminum quantifies all aluminum. And then on the other hand, there are numerous measurements of dissolved aluminum in the data sets. So this is a measurement of aluminum after that water is passed through a filter. It removes the particles that are in the sample. So while this method of dissolved aluminum can exclude some aluminum salts that have yet to dissolve, if there are 61 water bodies statewide that are impaired for aluminum, we should still see a high proportion of dissolved measurements that exceed the criterion. Go ahead to the next slide, please. So in the chart here on the right, what I'm summarizing are all of the aluminum measurements that are used in these 61 listing decisions. On the left, you see that there are 968 measurements of total aluminum, and that there are 369 exceedances of the criterion. And then over on the right, you'll see that there's only 7 instances which the 604 samples for dissolved aluminum exceed the criterion. And so this 1% exceedance rate demonstrates that there is almost no evidence that the water bodies contain the toxic form of aluminum at adverse levels. So this demonstrates something that US EPA noted in their technical support document for this criterion, and I quote that ambient waters with high amounts of total suspended solids may show elevated concentrations of aluminum based on analysis of the total recoverable fraction, yet these concentrations could actually represent only non-toxic forms of aluminum. Next slide, please. But US EPA did not leave you without options when it comes to listing decisions. In that same document, I'll quote again, a state or authorized tribe is not required to use all available data and information to make listing decisions, including total recoverable data, where it can provide a technical science-based rationale for the exclusion of such data and information. So the administrative record demonstrates that most of the water bodies being proposed to be listed for aluminum do not contain toxic forms of aluminum at adverse levels. And so we would request that you here in this listing process consider only listing water bodies when there's evidence using the dissolved fraction of exceedances of the criterion. Otherwise, these listings are not going to lead to TMDLs with which we will eventually enhance water quality. Rather, it will require the time, the attention, the resources from regional water boards, public agencies, and the public who funds their efforts to demonstrate what we already know, and that's that the aluminum leading to these impairments is in the non-toxic particulate form. So I also want to just note that we've had many cordial interactions with board staff and with board members in the past, and we look forward to continuing to address this and other comments we'll put forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your contributions. Appreciate the comments. Okay, next up we have Rachel Gray, followed by Robin Yamada, and then Amanda Carr.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Rachel Gray. I'm the Water Resources and Planning Manager at the Santa Ana Watershed Project Authority, or referred to as SAPA. So thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on the draft 2024 integrated report today. So SAPA helps to administer many water quality-based task forces for various stakeholders throughout the Santa Ana River watershed. One key task force is the Basin Monitoring Program Task Force, which consists of 17 water and wastewater agencies in the Santa Ana River watershed, as well as participation from the Santa Ana Water Board staff. And the Basin Monitoring Program Task Force collectively and cooperatively with the Santa Ana Board implements the Santa Ana region's long-standing TDS and nitrogen management program that is contained within the Santa Ana Basin Plan. I'm here today to provide some comments in response to the 2024 integrated report on behalf of the Basin Monitoring Program Task Force. So we will be submitting formal comments before the due date on a number of proposed listings that are included in the draft report. However, today I would like to focus on the proposed listing for Chino Creek 1B, specifically the proposed listings for TDS, chloride, hardness, nitrogen, and sodium. The proposed decision to list Chino Creek 1B for these listings is directly contrary to the recommendation that was provided in 2018. Yet the data set is essentially the same, and the circumstances as to why it was not listed in 2018 remain the same. In 2018, the Santa Ana Water Board recommended, and the State Board agreed, that Chino Creek 1B should not be listed because the water quality objectives for these constituents in the Basin Plan are anti-degradation objectives and not based on levels necessary to protect beneficial uses. Rather, the objectives were set based on historical surface water quality values. Ultimately, using the weight of evidence approach, the Santa Ana Water Board and the State Water Board agreed that none of the surface water exceedances would impair beneficial uses in Chino Creek 1B. This is clearly documented in the draft 2024 integrated report as a previous decision. However, now fast forward to 2024, the draft integrated report recommends that Chino Creek 1B be listed. Nothing in the draft integrated report identifies or explains a change in circumstances that warrants the Chino Creek 1B be treated differently now as compared to 2018. Further, and as described starting on page 90 of the draft staff report, the objectives have historically been considered to be annual flow-weighted averages. The draft staff report identifies how the Santa Ana Board staff have historically interpreted these objectives as annual flow-weighted averages when applying these objectives in regulatory settings. The draft staff report also explains that the original Basin Plan had a footnote so designating the objectives, but that somewhere along the way, the footnote was erroneously dropped from the Basin Plan. Yet, despite this history and clear regulatory application of these objectives, the draft integrated report indicates that a 7-day averaging period is being used because the Basin Plan does not specify an averaging period. We find this to be unfortunate and inconsistent with the weight of evidence approach contained in the listing policy. Today, and what we'll be discussing in our written comments, we are asking the State Board to not list Chino Creek 1B for TDS, chloride, nitrogen, hardness, and sodium. The weight of evidence from 2018 has not changed. At the very least, data should be evaluated as an annual flow-weighted average against the objective that is a true intent of the objective as originally adopted and as used in practice rather than the default 7-day average. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for your comments and contributions, Ms. Gray. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
More to come. So with that, we will go to Robin Yamada, followed by Amanda Carr, and then Cedric Twite.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Robin Yamada, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. LADWP supports the goals of Clean Water Act and would like to thank the board for the opportunity to provide comments on the draft 303D list today. I will be providing a couple of comments today and will follow up with more detailed written comment letter. In the draft 303D list, Elderberry Forebay is being listed for dealdrin, mercury, and PCB impairments based on the ocean commercial and sport fishing beneficial use water quality objectives. Elderberry forebay is not designated for ocean commercial and sport fishing beneficial use in the basin plan for the coastal watersheds of Los Angeles and Ventura counties. In addition, Elderberry forebay was built for LADWP's hydroelectric power plant for the purpose of water storage for plant operation. There is no public access and fishing is not allowed in the water body, and therefore, the ocean commercial and sport fishing beneficial use evaluation criteria should not be used to list Elderberry forebay for deodorant, mercury, and PCBs on the 303D list. LADWP is also concerned with the temperature listings for the water bodies in this listing cycle. The temperature assessment in the draft 2024 integrated report states that studies are currently underway in the Los Angeles region to reevaluate the relationship between temperature and beneficial uses that may result in the modification of temperature objectives. In addition, it is also stated that TMDL development for the impaired water bodies will not be prioritized at this time. Therefore, DWP is recommending that the temperature listings not be listed at this time due to the additional studies that are currently underway that may change the temperature objectives. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the comments today. LADWP will also be submitting a more detailed written comment letter by the deadline. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate it. Next up, we have Amanda Carr, followed by Cedric Twite, and then Debbie Mackey.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the 303D listing process for this cycle. My plan was to comment on shell listings and bioassessment and benthic community listings, but I'm going to kind of pivot a little bit based on what I think I heard in the staff's presentation, particularly about the benthic communities listings being placed on the Category 3 list. Which I fully support because we do believe that there are issues with those benthic community assessments, particularly in fully managed flood control facilities. The listings that have been proposed in Region 8 in the Orange County area. Oh, I'm sorry, by the way, Amanda Carr, I'm Deputy Director for OC Environmental Resources, and I'm here commenting on behalf of the county and its co-permittees in North Orange County. So the water bodies that are proposed for listing under benthic communities are fully managed flood control facilities where we regularly remove sediment and vegetation on a regular, if not annual basis to maintain flood control capacity. And so listing those water bodies based on benthic community bioassessment data is highly problematic and really puts in conflict managing flood control facilities for protection of life and property and meeting bioassessment standards. And we really think that that needs to be fully considered. So we do very much support placing these water bodies in Category 3. However, I would question why then the historical listings that are not coming through in this cycle are also not being moved into Category 3. So all of the benthic community listings could kind of be in the same policy bucket. And so then they would all be assessed similarly when final determinations are made on how those listings should proceed. Similarly, I've previously commented before your board on concerns regarding listings for the shell beneficial use, particularly as the shell water quality standard is currently under assessment, and that work is being led by the Orange County permittees and the Santa Ana Regional Water Quality Control Board. In fact, I am happy to announce one benefit from all of the rain that we are having is our wet weather shell water quality study is underway. We were able to get shellfish deployed just after the December rains and before all of our current rains have started. And we did have a moment of panic that we were going to have another year like last year where we got rain in December and then nothing else. But we're getting plenty of rain, so we are going to be getting plenty of wet weather shell data. I would like to propose, similarly to the Benthic communities listings being put on the Category 3 list, that also new and former shell listings also be put on the Category 3 list while that water quality standard is being assessed, and until a determination is made there. And then lastly, I would like to echo some of the comments that Dr. Amenu made. We, similarly to LA County Public Works, have noticed that data submitted by our NPDES program into CEDN were not fully evaluated in this listing cycle. We've also identified some incorrect assessment locations and data older than 2010 being used, and also some apparent duplication in lines of evidence. We're currently having very productive talks with Region 8, and we're hopeful to work through some of these data issues, but I also did want to raise it to your attention that we are also seeing data and line of evidence issues with things not fully being addressed, which we think would lead to changes in proposed listings and delistings. So that concludes my comments. I appreciate the opportunity and be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Carr. I appreciate the input and look forward to your written comments and working with you more on this. No questions from me right now. So next up, I have Cedric Twite, which says he's in person. Do we have Cedric here? Okay, not seeing Cedric, so I'm going to move forward, and if Mr. Twite returns, we'll try and give him an opportunity to comment. So next we have Debbie Mackey, followed by Tom Grovehog, and then Tess Dunham.
Hi, good afternoon, Board Member McGuire and other board members. My name is Debbie Mackey, and I represent the Central Valley Clean Water Association. What we're seeing in the Central Valley, which, by the way, is an off-cycle year, so to address that, we're seeing actually over 100 new listings. And I'm really here to say, for being a surprise, this is a significant amount of effort that we're going through. We are looking through the data. We're looking at the thresholds. We're finding things where there still tends to be issues that we ran across in the last listing cycle that we brought to your attention. And so, although we're actively trying to get through by the April 3rd date, we really would like additional time to be able to dive deeper into this data and to build our confidence in what we're seeing, or address the things where we're having issues finding really the basis or how to resolve these errors. I'd also like to say, in support of what Paul Bodor said, is in the Central Valley, as we worked with aluminum, our POTWs had to do a lot of site-specific assessments of aluminum, and found very much that the toxicity levels were way beyond, way higher than just the numeric outputs would reflect. And so utilization of CVICWA highly supports utilization of not using the total criteria or not using that really dissolved criteria as a way to hone in on areas where focus is truly needed, not just adding things, just adding areas to the list that then additional efforts are needed to delist, where significant efforts have already been made. And finally, I'd like to also support the comments from Jared Voskuhl on, as we move forward on these listing cycles, our process has changed quite a bit from the listing and delisting policy. The opportunity for us, as whether we're association memberships or individual agencies or members of the public to engage, has been shortened, and these are big lifts. And so we would really like to see the opportunity to be able to engage at different levels. With that, we are asking for additional time, and we want to also thank your staff, because we realize just in looking through this on, I want to say the 100+ that are in the Central Valley, as we're looking through that, knowing that there are many, many more that the staff has had to address. I just very much appreciate the level of work and effort that it takes, and it is taking a village to really work through this. So thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Mackey, for your comments and participation in this process. I know multiple times now, so greatly appreciate your input. So next up, we have Tom Grovhag, and then our last commenter will be Tess Dunham. Hello.
Oh, hi. Thank you, Board Chair McGuire and other members of the board. Just following up on the comments that Debbie has made, we're actually the folks that are charged to do the review that Debbie was talking about of the proposed listing. We were surprised to see as many new listings as we have in the Central Valley, since we were on cycle last time. So one ask, just to be sure that we are catching all the new proposed listings, is as my staff goes through and does that identification, whether we could outreach to your staff to confirm that we have caught all the new proposed listings in the Sacramento region of the Central Valley. So that would be an ask coming out of today, that if we could have that commitment from your staff to make sure that we're seeing everything as we go through the voluminous documents that you've presented us for review. My second comment, and this circles a little bit to Debbie's point, as we've spot checked, and one of the areas have always been interested in is listings for the disinfection byproducts. That would be chloroform, dichlorobromo, total trihalomethanes. As we've re-looked on a spot check basis for this list, we're seeing what appears to us to be additional listings proposed based on the trihalomethane formation potential data set, which we thought we had dealt with in the last listing, and we thought we had agreement that wasn't going to be used, but it seems like it's popped back up. So maybe just a question for staff today, whether that has resurrected itself, whether that's an error. Just clarification on that. And with that, if you can grant additional time for the comment period, it would be much appreciated as the people that are trying to make our way through it. Any extra time you could add would be great. We will meet the deadline if we have to, but it's been challenging. With that, I'll close. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grovhag. Really appreciate your comments. I'm going to look over and ask if we have any input or feedback on the disinfection byproduct listings, or if that's something you'd have to follow up on.
I would like to follow up on that one and see what the status is, and we can get back to everybody on it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our last commenter is Tess Dunham, who is marked as speak if necessary, so.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire, Board Member McGuire. I will make just a few very short comments. I serve as a regulatory facilitator for some of those Santa Ana Watershed Project Authority task forces, including the Basin Monitoring Task Force. Rachel Garay already provided comments specific to Chino Creek Reach 1B for the Basin Monitoring Task Force, so I will not repeat those comments. But we will be evaluating and are in the process of evaluating the list for other listings that impact other task forces that are administered through the Santa Ana Watershed Project Authority and LEJWA, in particular for Lake Elsinore and Canyon Lake as well. I would too support the request made by Ms. Mackey that there be some additional time granted for the review. There is a significant amount of data and information. It's not always easy to follow. the fact sheets and the data that is being utilized for the proposed new listings. And so some additional time to get through the voluminous data would be very helpful. And we look forward to talking with your staff and others on some of these issues of concern that we have with respect to proposed listings in the Santa Ana region. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And that was our last speaker, although I don't believe the audience has changed much, but if Cedric Twite has entered the room, feel free to step up now. Okay, and I don't see him on the platform either, so we'll conclude commenters at this time. Thank you very much. So that brings us to the close here. If there's any input from board members, I will look here in the room and I'll look online as well. Nope, nothing. I'll just say thank you again. I think we did hear some good feedback today and some constructive comments about process and areas that we can look to refine and clarify in certain areas, and then some specific comments where, I'm sure you'll be looking at the data and the comment letters when they're submitted. And it is complicated, and I'll go back to the 5 million lines of information, and I can understand some of the perspectives we heard today from folks about, the time crunch in working through all of that information in a timely fashion. I know we're all challenged with that. It's not an easy task. So just appreciate your consideration there. And thank you for all the good work.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. All right. I'm not going to do what I did to you this morning. I will give everyone a short break. So let's come back in 10 minutes. And we'll pick up with item 4. Okay, welcome back. We're going to move on now to item 4, drought update and current hydrologic conditions. Hello, Ms. Bean.
Hello, board members. Good afternoon. I am Jessica Bean with the board's Division of Water Rights, and I'm going to do a brief drought and hydro update for you. So next slide, please. This is just a quick overview of what I just said we'll do. Sorry about that. Next slide, please. There we go. Okay, so just wanted to show you for the snow water content as of March 16th. This is where we stood. And just to point out a few things, for the north, we are at 178%, which is up almost 20% from the last time I did the update. And then for central, we're at 227, and that is up 20% from last time. And then we're at 272 for the south, and that's up 26%. So as you can see, we've received quite a bit of snow, and a lot of it towards the south, a little bit less towards the north. Next slide, please. And we're seeing a similar trend for the precipitation. So for the Northern Sierra Index, we're at 137% of average for the 16th. Next slide, please. And for San Joaquin, we are at 188% of average. Next slide, please. And then for Tulare, we are at 212%. And again, all of these are much higher. It was about 20% of an increase to the north and nearly 40% for Tulare. Next slide, please. Okay, and for the reservoir conditions, as you can see here, we have the current reservoir conditions, again, as of the 16th, where you can see the average for the year, as well as the capacity, and then in blue is where we are. And I wanted to point out, because last time there was a question about the Trinity Reservoir and why it was so much further below the others. And just, there were a couple things on that. The Trinity Reservoir is essentially a snow-fed reservoir, so it sees more in the later part of the spring when we have the snow melt. However, that area has just not been receiving as much precipitation as the storms have been coming in. It's kind of been missing this little area, so just worth noting that was a question from last time. First, our select south of Delta reservoirs, Kashut was at 92%, Diamond Valley's at 60%, and San Luis is at 89%. These are very similar to the numbers from last time. Next slide, please. For the Bay Delta, the curtailments are still suspended until further notice. We did have a staff workshop on the water unavailability methodology on the 10th. Written comments were due by March 24th, but there should be a LIRIS going out at any point today that's going to be extending that to the 14th. So we're giving folks a little bit more time to provide their comments, and they can do that to the Bay Delta email address, and the workshop materials are on our website. For Mill and Deer Creeks, we do still have the minimum in-stream flow requirements in effect. If you want to go to the next slide, there was a question last week about what we're seeing on Mill and Deer Creeks. And so to show you here, the reddish brown line is the 50 CFS that's required on both of those creeks, and the blue line would be the flows that we're seeing. And as you can see, for the most part, the flows have been very well above that line due to the recent storms. But earlier in the season, particularly in October, you can see we were getting really, really close to that minimum line. And that's just to show you kind of over time what we've been seeing there. And we have seen fish in those creeks quite a bit, even starting in October. So it is an important thing that we maintain that. Next slide, please. Russian River, again, curtailments are still no curtailments. And then we also are still looking forward to that steering committee retrospective report. Next slide. And Lake Mendocino is up high as well with that black line. You can see that's the current storage level. Next slide. Scott and Shasta rivers are also suspended through the end of the month. The inefficient livestock watering prohibition is still in effect. Next slide. Just want to point out again, you should be pretty familiar with these graphs at this point, but the red line is the minimum flows. The blue line is where our flow is currently at. And showing a few different bits on there. The one I want to key in on is at the very end of the graph, there's a 313 blue box, and that's showing the count of the juvenile Chinook and coho salmon that were seen in the river. So we are seeing some fish in there. Next slide, please. And same thing for the Shasta River. You can see at the end there, we have the red minimum line and then the blue flows line. And again, the count shows a substantial amount of juvenile Chinook salmon and coho salmon. So we're seeing salmon in there as well. Next slide, please. Also wanted to mention that we did extend the comment period for our Mono Lake workshop. We're accepting those until the 24th. You can get that information on our website and email comments to Mono Lake at waterboards.ca.gov by 4 o'clock on the 24th. Next slide, please. I'm very pleased to provide an update on the Clear Lake Hitch. The hitch are in the creeks right now, so we're seeing them. And if you take a look here, this is a video that was taken by Greg, who is from one of our regional board staff up in Region 1. And you can see some 3 or 4 little hitch up there. We're getting lots of videos, lots of folks letting us know they're coming in, which is great. And this means people need to be aware that the hitch are here. And so we need to start making sure we're taking voluntary actions, which may sound a little counterintuitive because we're actually having overflows of the creeks right now because there's so much water in the system. And what's happening is those low-lying areas are overflowing, the hitch are getting pushed into ditches, and then when those flows recede, those hitch will get stranded. And so the tribes are going out and doing a lot of work to rescue the hitch and put them back into the main stem. So that is something that we're asking folks to be aware of. We've also heard from CDFW that they're doing some barrier removal right now that will impact the hitch this year. And all of this is just to remind folks that the creeks are very flashy. So there's a lot of water in the creeks right now, but as soon as the storms go away, we will likely see them drop quickly. And so those voluntary conservation actions are going to be very important. Next slide, please. Also just want to mention that there is going to be a workshop being held by State Water Board and Department of Water Resources on the executive order, also CDFW, for the floodwater and groundwater recharge executive order. That is this Thursday from 1 o'clock to 2:30 p.m. Folks do need to register for that. It is a very long link to register, so if folks are interested in that, they should email the sgmps@water.ca.gov and they can be sent information on that. And final slide, just our information and updates for folks who want to keep up to date. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation and the update, as always. And I know a delicate balance between having too much water and having not enough water and still reporting on both, but you did it well. So thank you. And I will look around to my other board member. I actually do believe Vice Chair Diadama has joined us online. There she is. Hello. Good to see you. So any questions? Sorry, Vice Chair, do you have a question? Yes, go ahead.
Not able to unmute. There we go. I was having problems unmuting. Good afternoon. Good to see you all. And I was able to join in just during the latter part of the presentation. And I did just want to make note that Greg Giusti is our Greg Giusti, former chair of Region 1, who remains as a board member. And he's just got a wealth of knowledge on the hitch through many years of work that he did when he was with UC Cooperative Extension. So he's written several papers on it, and it's just great to have him sharing information with our team. So thank you for including that video.
Yeah, great to see.
I think Vice Chair Diadama mentioned this last time, but at some point it would be great to get an update on groundwater levels and what we're seeing from all this precip in terms of groundwater levels and what we can get from DWR.
Yeah, I think last time that was mentioned and we started talking to folks, so we'll see when we can work that out.
And I'll just ask a question because I know we're doing a lot of work, and I'm glad to see that the groundwater recharge workshop is happening in a couple of days. Although I have been reading quite a bit in the news about areas that are experiencing flooding now and impacts particularly in Tulare Lake area. So just wondering, is there any engagement that the State Water Board or Division of Water Rights or others that you're aware of from our side are participating in any of those flooding issues that we're seeing currently?
I don't know that I can speak specifically to flooding. I don't know if anyone else does, but.
So on the water quality side of the house, our regional boards are in tune with the Office of Emergency Services. Our emergency management system is on board, keeping track, and with the, my mind's blanking on the name at the center, the Cal IUS Center. And so we are totally connected into any issues related to things like wastewater treatment plant overflows and things like that. In terms of flooding impacts to a community, we don't really have much of a role directly in that, except for infrastructure, like I already talked about. And then I know that that there are concerns about flooding of dairies and things like that. The regional boards are in tune with that issue and keeping track. So hopefully that helps.
It does. Yeah, I appreciate that. There's just a lot going on, and I know it's an evolving situation, and just wanted to be clear and understand what the water boards, regional boards, state board role is in addressing these crises as they continue to evolve. And certainly our hearts go out to the communities that are impacted by the issues, and the storms keep coming, fortunately and unfortunately. So thank you for the update.
I'll just make a plug if we can, at some point in the future, get kind of a summary of the impacts that we have seen around the programs that we do oversee from the flooding. Hopefully, once we can recover a bit from the emergencies that we're in, that would be great. Just a update at some point.
Yeah, we can talk to our emergency management program staff. It also occurred to me that a number of us get daily or near daily updates from the emergency management program on kind of real time what's going on throughout the state and our response. And it sounds like maybe the board members don't get those. And so I'll see about having you added to those lists.
That would be helpful. Thank you. Okay, just seeing if we have commenters. We do have a couple of commenters that have registered on this item, so I will go to them now and see if they're... So, yes, first up we have Anthony Intravaya.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I lost here a little bit on the topic, but if you have my paper, that's what I'll talk about again.
Go ahead and proceed with your comments. I don't know that we've seen your paper yet, but please go ahead.
Okay, so anyways, I'm Anthony Travaia from Santa Clara, California, and I got interested in the water activity maybe about 6 months ago in AB 218 and LAFCO, sphere of influence on the county, and I've talked to them a few times, so the report that I'm generating seems synergistic with the work that the water board's doing for sure. I don't want to duplicate effort. And the comment I made on the report was you selected 6 regions. I'm not familiar with your on and off cycles, I admit that. But the report should be an integrated report for the state of California, as it states in the sort of introductory text. So, and looking at your website, there's also hitched to this the activity of grants for water quality. So my discussion would be like how you would include the other regions or parts of the other regions that have major water facilities that are not in the report now. You can decide how to do that. I put one in the paper, and it's I know that you address all the regions, but I'm not sure they're all in the integrated report. So the idea is to get them somehow pitched into the integrated report, into the water quality grant cycle, and so they're aware of how to participate. The AB 218 activity is more a LAFCO question. There's a series of 8 or 10 questions that talk about what's best for the California efficiency in water distribution, whether agencies should be combined or stay remain split. Could they share resources? So all this is well established through the reporting structures of the various water boards and water people. SFPUC, and I heard some things in Los Angeles today where they're working together. So the efficiency part of it, and AB 218, how it affects the people that are being billed. If cities are using water tiers and things like this to affect conservation, well, 218 has already had a court action about this to say the tiering structure is not illegal, doesn't violate 218, but the cities have to explain, their costing structure. So how do the costs that it's leveled to the citizens are validated through, is this a cost for the water resource? So I'm not sure they're providing or applying for grants to update the system or participating in this in the way they should. Santa Clara is absolutely in the report, but I don't see any presence here, or that I haven't heard anything. Certainly Los Angeles is very active. So that would be my comments. The paper, as I'll put in, I just got the report yesterday, so I'm still reviewing it. It looks very comprehensive, and thank you for the very detailed report and web activity the mapping and the GIS structures that you presented have been very, very helpful.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I am tracking now with where you're heading with this. I appreciate the clarification. I think a lot of your comments were to the previous item that we had on the agenda on the integrated report. It sounds like you're reviewing that report, and it does work its way through. We have 9 regional boards, and it works its way on a cycle through regions 3 at a time. So what you're seeing is just a snapshot of some of the assessments that happen in this 2-year cycle. A lot of the other issues, certainly, our funding vehicle isn't constrained to that cycle. So there are public water agencies, different systems in California that are all eligible to apply for funding for grants and other types of assistance at any time during the year with those different funding cycles. So there's a lot going on, but I appreciate your input and your contributions today. Thank you. Next up, we have Kaya Rivers, who will be followed by Charles Bolig and then Justine Massey.
And Member McGuire, unless she snuck in behind me, I have not seen Ms. Rivers on the platform, nor Mr. Bowling, and so I think Justine Massey is our next speaker.
Okay, great.
Hi there.
Good afternoon.
So I'm speaking instead of Kaya. I'm Justine Massey with Community Water Center. I'm a policy manager and attorney, and we highlight the need to protect small disadvantaged communities' access to drinking water. So thanks so much for the drought update and for the opportunity to comment. Just as the drought update today was highly shaped by the flood events, high precipitation events, my comments today will highlight this switch in climate extremes, though long-term drought conditions still remain due to the severity of our groundwater overdraft. Recent flood events demonstrate how disadvantaged communities lack the resources needed to be resilient during climate change related disasters. Families on the Central Coast and in the Central Valley experienced severe flooding that damaged homes, forced evacuations, and impacted distribution of drinking water. Additionally, these storm-induced floods put further stress on communities who already struggle with their drinking water insecurity. Families and communities relying on domestic wells are now threatened with bacteria-contaminated drinking water due to increased levels of floodwater. And during January's flood events, as an example, San Gerardo, a small community located in Monterey County, endured drinking water contamination as the water mixed with their septic waste. Cal OES stated last week during their webinar that these storms are unlike anything we've seen in the last 30 to 50 years. However, it's likely that climate change intensified storms like what we're experiencing now will become more common in the future. To prepare for future flood events, we ask the State Water Board to conduct resiliency analyses to determine how communities' drinking water could be impacted by floods and what investments and precautions can mitigate those risks. This will lead to better state and local level coordination on how to best prepare for and respond to flood-related drinking water impacts. Specifically, hopefully, this analysis can provide local agencies with guidance on how to better prepare for and execute bottled water distribution during flood events. It's sort of the final straw, right, in our emergency response. Even with these intense rainfall events, domestic wells across the state are still going dry. This increase of water must be captured into groundwater basins while avoiding negative impacts to water quality. We ask that the State Water Board aid in mapping groundwater quality across the state even further than efforts have already very helpfully gone, so that we know prior to rainfall events what areas would be best used for recharge without impacting groundwater quality. It would be helpful to use groundwater quality data that GSAs are required to gather under SGMA, and also build upon tools such as the Sustainable Conservation's Groundwater Recharge Assessment Tool, or GRAT. And so hopefully consolidating that information, the State Water Board can create an interface to identify the best locations for recharge. And lastly, we ask that the State Water Board weigh in on climate action at the state level. These extreme destructive events will only increase in frequency and severity while greenhouse gases accumulate in the atmosphere. We must reach net zero emissions as soon as possible, or we are condemning California's communities to havoc. The State Water Board can play an important role in informing state decisions. And as the 5th largest economy in the world, California's actions have a monumental impact on reaching climate stability. So thank you so much, Board, for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you, Ms. Massey, for your comments and engagement on this as well. Appreciate it. Certainly a lot of challenges out there. Okay, I think that wraps up our commenters and this item. So with that, we will move to item 5 on our agenda, which is the proposed notification and response levels for manganese.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Diadamo, Board Member Morgan, Board Member Firestone, and Board Member McGuire. We are going to leave the tranquil waters of the Pacific Ocean and start ascending the majestic mountain of manganese. And the last speaker, just a little side note, I was just doing some quick calculations, and by having a hybrid meeting like this, I estimate that we saved probably 150 gallons of jet fuel and 250 gallons of gasoline just to have people call in. So good advantage to that. The Division of Drinking Water is here today to inform the public and the board of our intent to establish a manganese notification level of 20 micrograms per liter and a manganese response level of 200 micrograms per liter. Unfortunately, Darren Polhemus, the Deputy Director of the Division of Drinking Water, is in Virginia, not New York. He is advocating and giving a voice for California, along with 50 other states as a ASDA representative. With me is Dr. Eric Miguelino. He's with the Freudian slip, Regulatory Development Unit. And Randy Bernard. He is our Supervising Water Resource Control Engineer for the Technical Operations Section. And then Melissa Hall, our Senior Water Resource Control Engineer for the Regulatory Development Unit. And David Rice is also online with us. He's the attorney from the Office of Chief Counsel. Doctors Anatoly Soshilovov and Christopher Banks with the Office of Environmental Health and Hazard Research, Assessment, thank you. And I am Ayetli Uzdi-Jiwivkwa, also known as Robert Brownwood, Assistant Deputy Director with the Division of Drinking Water. And it is an honor for me to speak today. And you've known me, many of you, for up to 7 years. And you know that you know my heart as well as my mind on discussing issues of regulatory and drinking water health aspects. And I don't hide that from you. And this path that we're on is going to be a really difficult one. It's not an easy one. It's not going to be easy for any of us. It's a very, very, I'd call it a razor sharp doubt that's going to cut between our heart and our mind. And we're going to have to decide on the value we place on our children. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Randy and Eric.
All right, thank you, Bob. Next slide, please. So good morning, board members. So this slide is just a quick reminder of what notification and response levels are. That's what we're talking to you today about, is the manganese proposed notification and response levels. So per the Health and Safety Code, these are non-enforceable advisory levels for contaminants without primary maximum contamination levels, or MCLs. Notification levels are the lower of the two numbers, and when exceeded, these require reporting by the water system. Where the response levels are the higher of the two, and they include recommended actions if those are exceeded. So for non-cancer health risks, the response levels are set at 10 times the notification levels. And when there's a chronic exposure cancer risk, then the response level is set at 100 times the notification level. Next slide, please. So this slide is just a quick reminder. I think I got too far up. Can you go back one slide? There you go. Yeah. Okay, that's where I should be. So this slide is a quick reminder what the slide, the notifications are. Okay, next slide, please. There we go. Now I'm back on track. So how many notification levels do we have? Currently, there's 33 active ones, including the old one for manganese, which we're here today proposing to revise. Of all of our previous notification levels, 40 have progressed into actual MCLs, or maximum contamination levels, and 24 of those previous ones have been archived. Next slide, please. So how to establish notification and response levels is also outlined in the Health and Safety Code. The Deputy Director of the Division of Drinking Water is authorized to establish these levels after a public notice, which includes posting all of the background information used to determine the level, and then, of course, providing an informational item before the board, which is the step we're doing here today. Next slide, please. This shows the high-level timeline on how we got to this point. So back in March of 2022, based on a literature review of manganese health effects studies, Division of Drinking Water developed a health protective concentration and recommended a revised notification level. Now, Eric is going to get into this in a second on exactly how we came up with these. Then in April 2022, Division of Drinking Water requested from OEHA to review our calculated numbers. Then the very next month, OEHA concurred with our calculations. So working around a bunch of competing priorities, Division of Drinking Water developed a recommendation for a new notification level and response level and posted it for public review last month. Now, to explain more about manganese, our scientific review process, and then the development of the health protective concentration, which is the key to our proposal, I'd like to introduce Dr. Eric Mangalino, the research scientist for the Regulatory Development Unit here in DDW.
Good afternoon, board members. A quick overview on manganese, and then I'll get into the risk assessment. Next slide, please. I feel like we've been ranking elements today. I mean, we started with aluminum, but so with manganese, it's the 12th most abundant in the Earth's crust, ubiquitous. So you'll find it both in surface water, groundwater. It's an essential nutrient. We need it, but too much of it can be toxic, and that's been proven conclusively with occupational studies. While we're here, the reason why we're here is because it affects children, because children end up, they're particularly vulnerable because they retain more manganese than adults do. Can we hop to the next slide, please? So the current status for manganese in regards to regulation and policy, we have an enforceable MCL at 50 ppb, 50 parts per billion. If a water system happens to have a waiver, then it can go as high as 150 parts per billion. The current notification level is 500 parts per billion. The response level is 5,000 parts per billion. There's a number here that's missing, and I wish I would have put it in here. It is the U.S. EPA Health Advisory of 300 parts per billion, and that was set specifically for children that are between 0 and 6 months of age. Okay, so I hope you keep that in mind. Okay, so in the recent years, there have been various agencies that have developed health guidelines for manganese in drinking water. And can you go to the next slide, please? So the combination of both the U.S. EPA Health Advisory and these studies, or these risk assessments that came out, were kind of the trigger or the catalyst to look at or reevaluate our own notification level and response level. I was reluctant to reinvent the wheel, so I went to go look at the most recent reviews that were out there. I looked at the resources that they used, and basically trudged down that road, and then included my own research or my own look for supporting documents. Next slide, please. So, from those countless research papers that I had read, these three studies basically popped up. Two of them are rodent studies. One of them is a health study, a study on humans. The toxicological endpoints were behavioral changes, sensory motor changes, neurochemical changes, and neurotransmitter changes, in general, neurotoxicity. Okay. Big difference here also is this. Sorry, I brought the wrong pair of glasses here. So I'm suffering from looking at two different things here, going from high to low here. So the animal studies used a low L, which is the lowest observable adverse effect level. A WEHA study on humans used a no L, And the reason being is because they used an upper limit for dietary intake of manganese. Basically, the Food and Nutritional Board set a limit for adults, what the maximum was. Again, that's for adults. If you look at the current guidelines now, there is no upper limit for a child between 0 and 6 months. They don't even have one. Okay, they start from a child that's from 6 months and older. Okay. Okay. Can I go to the next slide, please? So when we pared these down, I ended up taking or looking at the most critical endpoint, the one that actually made the most sense, and that was the neurochemical and neurostructural changes observed, and that's specifically that reduced dopamine D1 receptor protein. The behavioral changes, that's important to know because but it's important to see the actual physical changes to the brain and the chemical changes to know that something's actually going on. I mean, a rat can't tell you that it's dizzy, but you could definitely look at their brain and figure out what's going on from the chemical changes. Okay. So to the next slide, please. So how did we derive this? So I stayed consistent with the methods that are used by OEHA. Their practices are as follows here. You find the point of departure. It's the lowest dose that actually causes some kind of change, and that was at 25 milligrams per kilogram per day. Then you have an uncertainty factor. You have to account for the difference between an interspecies, so from a rodent to a human, between a human and a human, and then the difference between using something at the lowest and having no adverse effect. Typically, you want to be with no adverse effect. So since we only had the lowest effect, there was another uncertainty factor that you had to apply. Now, I go back to the other studies that I mentioned, or the other risk assessments that were identified. What's important to recognize is that they used the same study that I did. So it's the same exact study. We ended up with different numbers because in practice, in regards to how I did this, and using OEHA's standard practice, there's a difference in the relative source contribution, which is how much water contributes to the diet. And there are published values that OEHA uses for the drinking water rates. And so I use the drinking water rates. And so that's how the numbers change, okay? The next slide.
Can I, just please. For information purposes, how different is that? You said you went with OEHA's default de facto numbers, but how much did that vary from the other studies? And
So I guess the best example is probably the World Health Organization. The World Health Organization used the exact same number, 25 milligrams per kilogram per day. But the relative source contribution was 0.5, and for us, we used 0.2. I'll tell you that I use the exact same calculations, or those exact calculations are used for perchlorate, and that's a primary standard. So I'm just letting you know that those numbers are practical. So it was a different relative source contribution, and the amount or the drinking water rate also was greater for OEHA versus World Health Organization. Okay. And because of that, the difference between the two, and I'll give you OEHA, the World Health Organization's now official number is 80 parts per billion. And so we are at 20. We're suggesting 20, or that's what we're focused on, and 80 is the other number. Okay, so that's the best comparative tool. Thanks for asking that question. And the next slide, please. So here we are. After the calculation, we ended up with actually 21 micrograms per liter, but the thing is we rounded that to 20. So let you know that we're at 20 parts per billion. as I said before, the animal studies, they're robust. There are enough rodent studies that demonstrate the neurotoxicity. I think that what many people have said, or at least what we had asked, was to look for epidemiological studies. But I was not lucky enough to find an epidemiological study where I could actually develop a dose response curve. So I didn't see any there. But it doesn't mean that the epidemiological studies that are out there don't support that there is some kind of association with neurotoxicity in children and also adults. Okay. Anyways, but that's my final slide. I'm going to pass that back to Randy if you don't have any questions.
Sure. Okay. So thanks, Eric. So as the results of Eric's literature review and calculations was a health protective concentration of 20 parts per billion. And again, this was based on the adverse health effects to the mental development of young children. Next slide, please. So to develop and propose a new notification level and response level, we had to look at risk. Everything's a balance, right? So based on reducing the risk to the vulnerable population of young children with a health protective concentration calculation of 20 parts per billion, and the fact that the current laboratory surveys indicate that there's no analytical barriers for us to determine magnesium concentrations in drinking water down to that level of 20 parts per billion, we're proposing to set the notification level at the health protective concentration of 20 parts per billion. Now, this will include changes to the secondary maximum contamination level, or MCL, exceedance notices, changes to the annual consumer confidence reports, and it will eliminate about 82 secondary MCL waivers that Eric mentioned earlier, which means these systems are going to have to report when the new proposed notification levels are exceeded. Next slide, please. Now, we did do a check to see how many systems may be impacted. Now, this slide shows the peak manganese detections over the last 10 years. So it really is a worst of the worst case scenario. Now, remember, the 20 is the new proposed notification level. The 50 is the current secondary MCL level, and the 200 is our new proposed response level. Now, based on this worst case chart, there could be an additional, just 800 plus systems that would start having to report and track manganese levels, with a total of about 2,500 systems that may fall within these new proposed levels. But I just want to bring to your attention that in reality, with confirmation sampling and exclusion of inactive sources, we're estimating that these numbers really are about half to 1/3 of what you see here. So they're not as big as this right here. Next slide, please. So to summarize, manganese currently has a secondary MCL of 50 with a notification level of 500 parts per billion and a response level of 5,000 parts per billion. But based on our new health protective concentration that we calculated, we're proposing to reduce the notification levels to 20 parts per billion and the response level to 200. Now, this will provide additional public health benefit to people receiving the water from systems that are currently not regulated by the current secondary MCL, which includes non-community systems such as schools. And as you saw earlier, young children are the most vulnerable to these high levels of manganese. So with that, we want to thank you for your time and see if you have any questions for us.
Great. Well, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate that. I'm going to look to the other board members and see if there are any questions at this time. Okay. Vice Chair Diadama, do you have any questions right now? I'm not seeing any. Okay. And I know we want to get to the commenters and see what they have to say, certainly. And so kind of along that line, just process. So what is the public process here that you're using? I mean, obviously we're here in a hearing today, or information item really, to hear the recommendations. I know at least one comment letter was submitted, I believe, yesterday from one group of stakeholders. And I don't know if there's others. Are you accepting comment letters at this point? What does the process look like for, considering other input you might receive on this recommended notification level and, how you might respond to those comments?
So people provide comments, we'll look at them, discuss them, evaluate them, and then I'm sure Darren will discuss with Eileen and the rest of the executive team just how to move forward on this and with the board itself.
But is there a public comment period right now, formally?
There is not a formal one, no.
So do you have a sense for when this recommendation would be finalized?
It's kind of finalized at this point, and then it'll be Darren again discussing with the executive team on how to move it forward.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I know this is a lot. So whether we're looking at impacts of 800 systems or whether it's 400 or even 200 systems, it has far-reaching implications. And I know at this stage, when we're talking about changes to a notification level and response level, versus an MCL, the process is different, right? It doesn't go through the same sort of technical feasibility and economic impact process that we normally do with the maximum contaminant level process.
Correct.
So here, what I'm seeing is, potentially, a lot of systems that may have to, and, certainly it's concerning, and we should be thoughtful about how to address neurotoxicity issues. And, I am troubled by that. Obviously, I want to take appropriate action to address those concerns. But on the other side, this, does have a lot of implications for many water systems, which, I'm not sure if they were, anticipating or have been tracking this. So that's where my questions to process go in terms of how are we getting the word out and working with folks to let them know what's coming.
Yeah,
and something, oh, go ahead.
There will be no requirements per se. There's no exceedant or there's no violations. These are all recommendations by us on what water systems may want to do. There are certain very minimal requirements of them. But other than that, it'll be kind of what they want to do with their own customer base. And then we have not put in a request for a PHC, and so that could be another 6-8 months down the road for us to do that. And then OEHA may take 2 or 3 years or longer on that. And then we would go with our process of 2 or 3 years on an MCL or longer. So yeah, these are just, want to notify. It's, like Eric pointed out, he was reading this, found this out, and just felt that we needed to make an announcement that we have concerns for manganese in water. And then Jonathan.
Right. And I know it's not a regulatory standard that's being set, but nonetheless, it looked like it had some implications in that it makes systems that currently have the waiver in place for the secondary standard would no longer be eligible for that waiver. So it actually does have some implications for them that are real. So could you speak to that a little bit, just so for my understanding as to why they would no longer be eligible for the waiver?
Because the waivers are for aesthetics. And that was, a lot of times, for thousands of years, we didn't have to tell anybody if the water is putrid smelling or bad looking or tastes terrible, you don't drink it. It was natural. People wouldn't drink that water. And so when primary standards came along, it's because these are things you can't see. So a lot of times, what it was about 3 years ago in Los Angeles, 4 years ago, when we had a lot of black water complaints from people, and some systems are saying it's meet standard, it's fine, don't worry about it. It's like, sorry. You don't need to tell someone water's not drinkable. So now that there's a health implication on water that you may not be able to see or notice, we just want to take that extra precaution. So a waiver would be, you can exceed the secondary standard by up to 3 times. And some of those waivers involve sequestering so that you couldn't see the compound in there. But it was still there. And some people just accepted that there's no harm with this water. It's just an aesthetic concern. And so now we have more than just aesthetic concern on it. And I don't know if that quite answered your question.
It does. I just wanted to flag that it's still, I mean, I can understand the rationale there. It does have actual impacts on the way some systems have been treated historically. So again, for me, this line of questioning was about process and notifications and making sure we're, communicating to systems that could be impacted. That's at this point, that's my main concern from that perspective. So thank you for the clarification. And Vice Chair Diadama, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you for that line of questions, Board Member McGuire. My questions are along the lines of just communication with, and I think you talked a little bit about it in response to the questions, but communications to some of the districts that might want to view things differently, and then also the public. What sort of opportunities are there to get this information out to the public, in particular, since we're talking about potential impacts to children?
So, yeah, we did provide a notice in February to let people know this was coming and we were doing this. But yeah, we will definitely let people know that as we move forward with the decision, again, by the executive team to move forward, we would definitely let people know. And that, to answer your question again, Diadamo, that was a concern, is if we just hold it at 50, then it's a health concern. It was a health concern for us, and just holding it as secondary standard was just at the point is not acceptable to us. So that's where letting water systems know that this could be a possible concern for you.
And Ls and RLs they're non-regulatory, so it is up to the system to notify the public when they exceed an NL. But what it does do is just raises the issue with the public water systems that we have a concern at this level, and it's something that needs to be looked at, and they should be communicating with their customers.
And does it also flag, again, that this is a health-based concern rather than just a secondary contaminant concern?
That's what the NLs and RLs do.
Right.
Yes.
So just from a communication standpoint, also with the public, to Vice Chair Diadama's, the notification also flags that this is a potential health concern, not just related to secondary contaminants. Is that right?
It would. Yes. And there's something else that's important to point out also, is that when comparing the secondary MCL to a notification level response level, notification level response level is due to one sample, a sample that's confirmed, but what I'm saying to you is that it's a single event. Secondary MCL for manganese is a running annual average. So if you were doing a running annual average on a kid that's 0 to 6 months, then the thing is you're going to want a notification level or response level because it's going to trigger it like that. It should trigger it like that. Now, making them or inspiring your water systems to tell their customers is another thing. I mean, it's important. It's really important, and I'm hoping that we can drive that point. But that the trigger is entirely different. It's entirely different.
One other question, just building on this in part, is does this change monitoring expectations in any way for, especially I'm thinking for schools and the non-community systems that are then subject to notification levels? Is there now an expectation that or is there a change in their monitoring requirements or expectations?
There will be, yeah. And again, I mean, when I was in Santa Rosa district, we had schools that we knew had manganese in them, And so there's most of your community systems have already sampled. They know that this is there, so it's not going to be a surprise to them. And the areas where there is manganese, and that was a big concern 20 years ago. It's like we have a lot of schools in these areas that we know there's manganese in the area. And so it's just one of those things that just the time was here. But yeah, there will be a change in monitoring for, well, some of them. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I know I want to hear public comments, but just, I guess, two things I would flag is, you know, I know we have really impressive communication with our regional offices and district engineers and our regulated community. It seems like with this one in particular, making sure we're outreaching to schools, since that's especially daycare centers, since that's a vulnerable population, is critical. And then, you know, there's, as was mentioned already with the discussion, you know, there's a lot of systems that have been struggling with manganese. It often from a secondary contaminants standpoint. I know, as you said, in LA, there's been examples. I've seen some in the San Joaquin Valley where systems have brown water, and it would be, I guess I'm interested in if there's more that we could do in terms of enforcement and or information orders, or maybe this is going to be a outcome that comes from this change, but being able to get you know, better information on where those impacts are happening that maybe had just been thought of as aesthetics, but now I think there's more of an understanding, as you said, of real health impacts, and just having that be a little more elevated in terms of priority, in terms of our follow-up with systems that where we're seeing these sorts of high levels. And then just lastly is, you know, this is, I think, a good example. For me, I think of this as very much an environmental justice issue from my personal anecdotal experience, because all of the areas I've seen really high manganese and brown water and high manganese has been in low-income communities and communities of color. I haven't seen what the data says statewide. That's purely anecdotal, but it would be great to get some kind of racial equity analysis around how this plays out around the state. So just as we move forward, being able to understand that better would be great. And I also just think, you know, as part of that, going ahead and starting the process with requesting a public health goal makes a lot of sense.
Okay, thank you for those comments. So I think with that, we can move to our public commenters. We just have two today. So the first is Andrea Ventura, and then it will be Debbie Mackey. Hello? Oh, you just got remuted. Hopefully we can unmute you again. There we go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Board Member McGuire. As you said, my name is Andrea Ventura, and today I'm speaking on behalf of my own organization, Clean Water Action, as well as the Community Water Center, the Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, as well as SWR. Before I start into my prepared comments, I do want to say that we cannot, on a whole, underestimate the need to enforce secondary contaminants. I want to start out by saying that because we kind of say, oh, that's just aesthetics, the water's safe. But we have many communities in this state. We work on the ground, our various organizations, with those communities who cannot drink their water because it is aesthetically unusable, and yet they're paying those bills. So let's take that seriously. However, as per the issue at hand, let me start out by saying that we are heartened by the fact that the board is taking manganese seriously. As as several of you have mentioned already, it can be easy to forget that non-cancer endpoints, in this case neurotoxicity, can be as devastating to families and as well as ultimately to the economy. So given that, we do agree that setting the notification at 20 micrograms per liter is appropriate at this time, given the potential health impacts, particularly in children. However, notification levels, while providing important and excellent data to the state, do not translate into human protections. And that's why we strongly disagree with setting a response level at 200 micrograms per liter. While we recognize that setting the response level 10 times higher than a notification level is usual practice, it frankly does not make sense. What we are saying here is that while we recognize that there are real health implications at 20 micrograms, we will not require any action to protect our vulnerable populations until we hit a very high level of exposure. And that is an extraordinarily high level. In this particular case, however, it further makes no sense because we already have the secondary contaminant MCL for manganese of 50 micrograms per liter based on aesthetics. So are we really saying that we put aesthetics above public health? An optimal response level would be the same as the notification level, but we would strongly urge the board to, at minimum, establish the response level at the secondary MCL level of 50, and at the same time ensure that the MCL is enforced. As I said before, neurotoxicity can cause irreparable damage in human beings and permanent life challenges. We already have a mechanism in place to reduce that potential for such effects for manganese. Why wouldn't we implement that and ensure that action is taken at this level for the health reasons explained? I would also like to remind the board that we have provided comment on the notification level, and in so doing, they did point out that while the need for expediency makes basing that notification level on the study cited by DDW staff as being appropriate, there are other studies that should be considered in future and saw this notification level as an interim step. We would advocate, and some mention has been made for this, that DDW ultimately create a primary MCL for manganese and ensure that this further science is incorporated into that standard. However, again, that will take many, many years. We have seen MCLs take over a decade, and so we do need that response level to be realistic in terms of public health. And so until we have that MCL, we need to prioritize health and safety and set a stronger response level. I do want to end on a positive note. We do want to thank the board for its continued efforts to ensure that water remains affordable in disadvantaged communities like El Porvenir that are installing treatment to address manganese. This will be critical going forward. We totally agree with Board Member Firestone that this is an environmental justice issue, and we think that that sort of action is very positive. So on that note, I will end and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ventura, for your comments and suggestions. Much appreciated. The next commenter is Debbie Mackey.
Thank you, Board Member McGuire. Debbie Mackey with the Central Valley Clean Water Association. And you might wonder why I'm on this issue. And I was one of those ones that looked at the agenda and said, oh, manganese, that's interesting. And looked at the changes, started doing some background and reading of the issue, and really got concerned because we know that in the Central Valley there is a lot of manganese, especially in groundwater, and it's there, whether you're up in the foothills where I live or you're down, on the valley floor, it's around. And so to see, such a huge decrease in the reporting level caused some concerns. And I think just so you're aware, and we've come up before you on different issues, is as MCLs are adopted in the Central Valley, they become water quality objectives that we have to meet. And so it becomes a concern there. But I do want to say, as it relates to the agenda item, the board item says that this action has no policy or fiscal impact. And I think that we need to be really careful when we say that, because I think you as board members have just raised some of those, is there are some significant policy and fiscal impacts of doing this. And I want to say protection of human health is one of the things we do, as well as protect the environment. So we want to make sure that that is communicated, but there also is a question of, does that get communicated down the line? So in reading the documentation, it said that it was mainly for bottle-fed babies, or to protection of bottle-fed babies, and that 0 to 6 months. And the question is the question I have for the DDW staff is then does bottled water become an alternative for them? Because my understanding is it's not even regulated in bottled water. So how, as we look at these things and how to communicate, how to best use our resources, how to best protect people and let them make decisions based upon good knowledge, how do we do that? And then on the flip side, I just again want to come before you and say is as these drinking water objectives are, as it goes through the process and new MCLs or secondary MCLs are adopted, is that we really do need to consider what impact that has, not only on the drinking water systems, but on the wastewater systems. So thank you. I can answer any questions, but I just wanted to give those comments.
Thank you for the comments and suggestions. Much appreciated. That does bring us to the end of our commenters. So I will again turn to my board members to see if there are some comments. And I see Board Member Morgan.
Yes, so I just want to, say thank you to the DDW staff. Just, recalling back, I want to say it was about 4 years ago now, attending, public meetings in disadvantaged communities in Southern California, where they, for many years, greater than 10, had been basically turned on their faucets to receive brown water, and not a good situation. And at that community meeting, they were told that their water was safe. And they are presenting not only that they did not feel that their water was safe, but then also just the property damage that the colored water was doing to their homes. And so just to see that you guys start to look into it, to say, hey, while it's a secondary MCL, that, let's take a look. What research, what is out there? Is iron and manganese, is it safe? At what levels is it? And do, our communities in California deserve to be served brown water, or have it where, hey, the color is removed, but you're still having it at these levels? I really, I applaud you for taking that effort and taking a look and, bringing it to us today to have this discussion, to, see, make sure that we are keeping everyone safe. Yes, it is naturally occurring. At the same time, we really do have to take a look and ensure that the water that we are, charged to, the drinking water that is being served, that we have, that's under our charge, to make sure that, hey, if it's at these levels, it is safe for you to drink, to turn on your faucets. And especially if we are then going to go to community meetings and tell the residents that, yes, your water is safe because it's meeting these standards, that we are ourselves sure that it is. So, thank you. Definitely, you guys know from talking to it definitely was one that I looked at and said, hey, like you said, manganese is a supplement. It's something that you can go to your store, you can buy it, but at the same time, it's like, oh, wait, you can't. And I think I shared with you guys, it kind of reminded me back when Fluoride, add fluoride to the drinking water, but then at a certain level, it's, no longer, so it's that balance. It's, at what levels are, constituents, are they safe? And making sure that we have an understanding of what that level is, and making sure that the drinking water that comes through the distribution systems into homes, for all Californians, that it is getting there and being delivered safe. So, I definitely, continue to dig into this and, others, and just, understand. And Dr. Migliano, thank you for going through just the calculation and why those calculations ended up different, so that we can understand, where the numbers come from, and just the, I'm going to call it the science behind it, because it is a calculation, so that we can have a full understanding of what is being presented today.
Thank you, board member, for those comments. Vice Chair Diadamo.
Thank you. I'm going to just go back to the questions that I asked earlier about communications, because with the line of questioning between board member Firestone and board member Morgan, it just seems to me that there's something different about this one. And I want to better understand the process as notification levels get changed. And I appreciate what you all are saying about, that's the responsibility of the water suppliers to provide information. But at the same time, it just seems that, as we receive the information and that information evolves, then maybe the communication strategy needs to evolve as well. Because what concerns me is, I've been at some community meetings where, folks that are residents that are concerned are assured that the drinking water is safe. Well, that's at that time, based on the knowledge that's available at that time, or perhaps there's an MCL that hasn't quite kicked in yet. And so it's very nuanced on the messaging and the communications to make sure that residents understand that, these standards are health protective at this time. And so it just seems to me, in light of the many community meetings that have occurred out of concern because of the color of the water, and then residents are informed as to, to not be concerned. And so now there seems to be, I think, maybe a little more that we need to do here, rather than just relying on the water suppliers to deliver the information. So I wouldn't want to opine as to exactly what that communication strategy ought to look like here, but just asking you to, look into it a little bit more and then report back to us.
So Darren isn't here, obviously. So I'm stepping into his shoes for a second and saying that I'll commit to working with Darren and Eileen on discussing communication strategies and rollout of this information. I do believe this is the process is a legacy of when DDW was with public health, and so there, this is actually built into the whole federal and state system for drinking water, which is that the director of the drinking water program essentially decides and issues notification levels because they are non-regulatory under his or her own authority. And so this is not built into a process at the state water board where we would, like we do with most of our items, where we have a public comment, response to comment, we bring it to the board. It's an information item for you all on what the Division of Drinking Water is doing. But we will have this discussion with Eileen, myself, and Darren and OCC on how to move these things forward in the future, and thinking about it because it's not part of our, it looks different because it is different from what we normally do.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And agree with John, obviously. And some of your comments and questions are a legal issue that we would have to work out. So that's why I didn't go into that detail.
I think I said mostly what I had already wanted to say. Just, I guess, in the follow-up with Darren when he's back is just, again, we have put this into our drinking water regulatory priorities list. We just went over that at the last board meeting, including, so I think the goal here is telegraphing to water systems ahead of time, what the process is and how we're going through it. And, this stage of the process is what it is, as we just had the discussion on. It's not through our normal procedures, but I would like us to be looking at, this issue in terms of enforcement around secondary standards and information with schools, and kind of a racial equity analysis around this. And so just finding out, as you all talk about next steps and follow-up, if we can find out at least an update on how we're approaching communications with schools, how we're approaching secondary contaminant enforcement, and just understanding how this plays out in terms of a more formal racial equity analysis would be things I would love to hear back on.
And I think we did that. We have the number, I think. I just don't remember what it is.
Right.
Yeah, but we did look at that.
We will be getting back to
Great.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you as well. I concur with those comments, and just want to say that the safety of drinking water is very important to me, and I want to make sure we get that number right. And I know it's often an inexact science, and the process is inexact and not as clear as perhaps it could be. But the fact is that this is just a great example of why it's challenging, because we have an existing secondary maximum contaminant level. We don't have a public health goal. We don't have a primary standard. We have a health protective criteria, which was determined by the Division of Drinking Water. And now we have a notification and response level. And, those most recent, those standards, or not standards, but those guidelines, if you will, are based on the studies that you have that were available to you. They're based on a whole host of assumptions, including a 1,000 uncertainty factor, and some other assumptions that you made that were different than what the World Health Organization came up with, and unsurprisingly came up with a different recommendation. And so when these numbers are taken, and I know I've worked with public water systems, I know how they handle these. They take this very seriously. That if there's a notification level established, I mean, frankly, I won't say it's treated as a standard, but it's considered like one. And if they have the opportunity to, mitigate those issues, because safety of drinking water is very important to them. That's their number one duty. So to me, I just, when I hear that, there's not a lot of process involved, that there's not a lot of back and forth and really vetting through some of these issues, it does, to Ms. Mackey's point, there are policy implications here, even at this level, even at this stage. And especially here where I agree, I have concerns about the, enforceability of secondary sale standards for manganese. That's been going on for a long time. But here we're changing the goalposts a bit, and maybe for very valid reasons and very good health protective reasons. But when we get to this point of, not having, as robust a process at this early stage, for me, and seeing how many different water systems could be in some way impacted by this, it does raise some flags. And it's just, for me, wanting to have a robust process, making sure that we're confident with the recommendations, because it does carry a lot of weight. And so I appreciate the work that you've done, and up to date. Again, I'm not a toxicologist. I'm not here to question the science necessarily, so much as to point out that there's a lot of moving parts. And I know you've been thinking through that, but it's something that I continue to think about as well. But thank you for all the input.
So as I said, we'll be discussing this and we'll get back to all of you talking about it.
Thank you. Okay, and I believe that brings us to a close on this item. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
And that brings us to item number 6, board member reports. And Board Member Firestone, I will try and figure out what my report is.
All right. I think I gave reports last time on most of the stuff that happened between the last board meeting and this one. Was participated in the CPUC workshop on valuation of water systems, and then was able to go on a tour down in Southern California in Temecula with Rancho Water with Board Member McGuire. Really gorgeous day, super blooms. We got to see bald eagles, and also just the amazing water system that they have there, and just different part of the state, just the issues and work that they're doing. So really appreciated that. And I don't think there's other things I wanted to highlight. Well, I guess other than just I am remaining really concerned about tracking what's going on in the valley related to flooding in communities, and it's many of the same communities that I've worked with my whole career are all getting flooded in some ways, and really severe impacts. Life and property, but also now I'm very also aware of as was brought up today, the wastewater and drinking water system infrastructure that's impacted, and just, I think there was a good point today around us thinking about, when we think about resiliency measures, making sure we're building in flood as well. Oftentimes when we're in the drought all the time, we don't think about that. And, it's another example of, why we say these communities are frontline communities, or on the front lines of climate change impacts on all levels, and from their wells going dry to getting flooded, and lack of infrastructure and investment. And then even in some cases here, both purposeful and inadvertent diverting of water towards communities to protect other properties. It's disturbing, and I think an issue we need to learn from and do better as after we sort of help address the more immediate emergencies that are going on. So just following that, look forward to hearing an update eventually from our folks on the impacts that we've seen and sort of how that response has gone, because I know there's a lot of folks watching and working on the ground on that.
Thank you. No report from Board Member Morgan. Vice Chair Diadamo, do you have a report?
I just have one. On March 10th, I participated in the quarterly meeting of the California Partnership for the San Joaquin Valley, and under the water work group report, I just really want to thank Amanda Montgomery. She provided an update on the recharge permits, the 180-day, 5-year, and permanent, and then also it was right before the governor's announcement of the executive order, but she did a very good job, explaining the distinction between being able to pick up flood flows and the position that we had at that time. And I know that staff has just been working around the clock on processing these permits. They've had a lot of extra meetings with me because as the permits come out, there's always lots of questions and then follow-up meetings. And I just really think that as this process has played out, just really appreciate the openness of staff and their ongoing dedication to continuously look at how things could be improved. And Eric Oppenheimer, that goes for you, and Eric Ekdahl as well. So thanks for all your work on this. I know that there's going to be ongoing discussions on groundwater recharge.
Yes, thank you. For sure. So my report, I will highlight that on March 9th, I went to the League of California Cities Public Works Officers Institute conference and was able to present there about on funding opportunities with the state board, which was good because, I was there on a panel with someone from Caltrans and someone from the PUC talking about broadband expansion. And I got the sense from reading the room that, water infrastructure wasn't on, the front line mind of a lot of the public works officers that were there from various cities around the state. So I'm glad they thought of us, and I'm glad, I was able to go give a pitch for the water infrastructure that was needed and continues to be needed all around the state. So a good opportunity there. And then, just to add to I went on a number of tours, including the last week, including the tour on the 13th with Board Member Firestone at Rancho Water. Before that, I had a short meeting and tour with Inland Empire Utility Agency, and was able to learn more about their Chino Basin project that has been awarded Proposition 1 funding and is really looking to advance indirect potable reuse in the area. It's a really interesting and complicated project, but good to learn a little bit more about that. And then on the next day, on Tuesday, the 14th, I was able to meet with Elsinore Valley Water District and learn a little bit about some of the same, similar initiatives that they have going on, looking at water use efficiency, recycled water, and discuss a whole host of issues with them. Very similar to some of the initiatives that Rancho Water has going on. So all in all, it was a very good 2 days spent in that part of the state, which I hadn't spent a lot of time with many of the water suppliers down there recently. So it was good to catch up and see some of their facilities and some of the larger projects they have in the works for sure. And that is my report. And I believe that concludes this item. And at this point, we are moving to closed session, I believe. Can you?
That's correct. The board will now meet in closed session. I do want to make one disclosure related to that. We'll have about a 15-minute break so we can get set up. We will have at least one board member participating virtually. And just as a reminder on the Blue Triton item, that Executive Director Sobak and Chief Deputy John Bishop are recused from that item, and there's an ethical wall that separates them. They have advised previously, apparently, on the enforcement side. And so the closed session will be limited to board members, staff from the Administrative Hearings Office, and then Chief Deputy Eric Oppenheimer, myself, and Andy Sawyer from the Office of Chief Counsel.
Great, thank you. And other than that closed session, we will be in recess until tomorrow at 9:30.